Hajime Mashinshi. It's time for this. Just battling demons. I'm alive, more or less. Okay. Got the paddle ball event and other stuff. See what happens. Taking a little bit. Also, since it is, well, the first of the month has passed, which means first. Oh, right, Candace. Oh, we're doing this today. Oh, right, they got a little banner. That's fun. Yeah. Just check. Ending, event ending. Not showing me any more of those. Too many dailies. Okay. Got her. The Candace one. Yeah, I'm not going back. Let's check. Are they gonna say anything about... They did not mention new banners, so I don't actually know whether Chronicles is gonna start at the start of next patch or around the middle. Let's see what happens. Can pick up the Ayaka. So yeah, got dailies and some other things. Accumulate more experience books for the eventual Ayaka. We'll see what happens. Over here and... Oh, we did not get high enough for the unpleasant. And more of a stun than I might like. And here we go. 2, 3. And yeah. Even the simple auxiliary fire attack will be good enough in more than a few cases. Okay. Got ready. Again, Rhythm Ball Meztli. Hello, how are you doing? What? Trying to sound like Pac-Man or something? You know, that reminds me that it's been a while since I mentioned this, and I don't know the last time was that I did, but back when I was in high school, I ran this ill-starred Super Smash Bros. Based Dungeons and Dragons 5e campaign based on Super... And Dom played as Pac-Man because Pac-Man was the main character that he used in Smash Bros. When he played it. And if I recall correctly, I basically made everyone who was playing a custom subclass in most cases for their characters, which was pretty fun. But for Pac-Man, I actually made Pac-Man a barbarian. So his rage was supposed to be, though I never described things, and I wasn't as good as describing things as I was, you know, as I became eventually back then. But the idea was very clearly that barbarian rage was basically supposed to be kind of a power pellet kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, it was, but it died off because everyone got too busy with real life. Scheduling conflicts became unsurmountable eventually, which was sad, because really, honestly, if I knew what I knew now, I could have tried to do some basic monetization after polishing up the subclasses that I made. It's just the overlap between people, at least back then, who played Dungeons & Dragons and played Super Smash Bros. Was rather significant, for reasons you can surmise. And there were some ways to sell, and of course I'd have to avoid running afoul of copyright, but it wouldn't be too painful. But people would probably be interested, I imagine, in, or would have been interested. Dungeons & Dragons kind of died a bit of a death because its cultural moment ended, plus it started becoming rather mismanaged by Hasbro, who Hasbro owns Wizards of the Coast now. They bought it some years back, where the people who made Magic the Gathering and eventually picked up D&D, which, as I mentioned in the past, led to some sort of D&D MTG crossover supplements going both ways, which I never really paid much attention to because I never played Magic the Gathering. Again, my dad did pay for his college by selling a first edition Black Lotus, but that was a while ago. Let's see. Again, right now we're at 140 saved up, and of course we can get a few more from using these. That would be 33 more if needed from the Star Glitter, and of course you get more Star Glitter when you roll, but I may end up using the top up rewards, as in the bonuses, one-time bonuses next batch. I'll see what happens. Okay, and we get our singular crown of insight per month. Honestly, that's 10 rolls. That's 10 rolls gone each time I do that, but I don't know. I don't know. Intertwines, acquaintance. We buy our Mora. No, not that. So that's 5 blue fates. It's exciting. Let's throw those at standard. Let's check something real quick. This is going to put me at how much? Let me see. At 15 pity on the normal banner. Okay. Okay. So, maybe we might get a 4-star something. Either way. Oh, well, okay. One of these days, they've gotta... Alright, you know, that's 5-star glitter. They gotta give me Primordial Jade Wing Spear someday. Maybe from Weapon Banner, but I don't know. Come on. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Yeah. Yeah. Back when Dom played this game for a couple months, he ended up blowing most of his Primogems on Standard Banner because he got impatient and wanted to gamble. And I think that says a lot about him. I didn't say that. Okay. Well... Rhythm Ball Meztli. One day you and Paladin receive an enthusiastic invitation from Mualani to attend a new music party at the People of the Springs. Memento. After participating in the Rhythm Ball game at the People of the Springs, you received a gift from your friends after sharing your thoughts with them. It seems to be something carefully selected indeed. A letter from the People of the Springs beckons you and Paimon to a special party hosted by Mualani. It's time to take the stage. Rhythm Ball Revolution. Dance Dance Revolution. Yeah. Do all Italians have high time preference? Oh, okay. Let's go over here. So right over that way. It's a fancy way of saying that Italians are impatient. Or saying that somebody is impatient. Can't be Beira. Nizuker, what are you doing here? Go back to Fantasy Japan. I don't want you here. DJ Rhythmos. DJ. Looks like the DJ is immersed in the music. Let's go ask Mualani the others about the situation first. Okay. But would he also say that about Italians in general, or...? Come on. Come on. Oh, it actually got on land. Let me see. It's playing the Children of Echoes music here. That's fun. I would say that the Children of Echoes probably are the best music tracks of any of the tribes. Hey, our guests of honor are here now. We can really get this party started. Okay. Impatient Ball? Hey, Mualani. Oh, and Xiulonen's here too. Shouldn't she be the one DJing? And Mizuki, you're back from Inazuma already. Not everything, just most things. That's right, my friends in Natlan are like family to me. I like to think of the people this brings my home away from home. We're going to boil her. If I want to help people here, I definitely can't neglect the Natlan branch of my practice. Dekiru kagiri. Miss Mizuki's work ethic is impeccable. So you can't pack it up. She puts the rest of us service providers to shame. Wait, so are you one of her clients too? Or could it be that you've worked together before? Well, I've had some weird dreams lately, like a client expediting commission from a 4-week time frame from just one. Probably Mavika. Or like a rush order for some kind of spherical accessory with an element of danger to it. This one's slimes and fungi. Are you talking about specters and ball octopuses? Or spherical accessory. A bomb? Well, you made that connection pretty fast, Traveler, almost as if you're the one sitting showing weird commissions through her dreams. Oh, those creatures are dangerous. Well. Anyway, the expedited time frame isn't even the hardest part. Spherical designs are tricky, and when you rush it, you end up with something that isn't even good. Point being, I've been having nothing but those kinds of dreams, so I wrapped up all my orders and decided to visit Miss Mizuki for help. For work-related trauma. And it worked like a charm. When I took a nap that afternoon, all the weird dreams were gone. It was my pleasure to help Miss Xiuhcoatl. Yokatta. Although I'm not sure how much credit I can really take for the disappearance of those dreams. In any case, everyone's feeling good and well rested now, which means it's party time. Minagenki. A party on the water, to be exact. It's a tradition of my tribe, and we're gonna have a blast. Party in the water house sounds fun. Yeah, let's party. Although, what does that involve exactly? Obviously, delicious food and drinks are a given. Nomimono ga aru. But how do people in Natlan like to party? High-speed surfing, Caholasor, ropeless bungee jumping, the Xiuhcoatl tried that one actually. Not really. Skydiving from the back of a Kukasaur. Wait, are you being serious? It's not just dragon riding. How do I spy a fellow extreme sports enthusiast tell you the truth? Extreme sports and activities were where my mind first went to as well. I will say, because especially since I imagined it is due to hardware limitations on mobile, the fact that it's really just Aoife and to a very minor extent Kinich who have Saurians actually in their kit, it really is just a missed opportunity. They really should have had Chaska just fly on a Kukasaur, Mualani ride a Caholasor, but again, that would be basically 2 character models, and I don't imagine that lower-end phones could really handle that. But according to Chief Amina, not everyone likes high adrenaline activities. Sad. Coho. Even beach volleyball can be dangerous. It's all fun and games until you spike the ball straight into your friend. Kill them. This event is supposed to be fun, not something that stars people and creates even more work for Miss Mizuki in the process. Death. Mizuku-san no shigoto. Oh, she does have a point. I'm always happy to help, but I'd rather not have a hand create my own patient's trauma. It's better if no one gets hurt. Speak for yourself. I enjoy inflicting pain and suffering. Which is why I came to you for advice. Okay, I'll just play the minigame. So what's the plan? Well, not everyone has a background in extreme sports, and we don't want that to deter people from participating in this event. As we were chatting, I happened to mention to Miko of Flower Festival its more laid-back approach to games, and this morning really latched on to that idea. Oh, so this is just gonna be Akitsu Harpastum again, basically. So we decided to give Akitsu Hanayasabi a distinctive Natlanese twist. The result is Rhythm Ball, a relaxing game that doesn't sacrifice on fun. Yeah, you know, the Yaoi platform was boring, frankly. What I want is to have them bring back the Sayut Bunshin Phantasm puzzle game and make it harder. An Inazuman game with a Nalanese twist, what a cool idea. There's the children echoes his dance off stage. You really feel the beat of the music. Well, you haven't even heard the band at full volume, you must have a good sense of rhythm. Which, as you can imagine, is perfect for Rhythm Ball. The goal is to smash all the blocks by hitting the balls to the beat of the music. Ouch. No complex techniques, no safety issues, just instinct. It's a game everyone can enjoy. Of course, with your skill, you could even add extra layers of the music or bring out a new sense of rhythm. After all, different DJs can give the same song a whole new feel, and in a game that involves beats, the player can showcase that same creativity. Who knows, in your hands, the background track could go from easy listening to a piece to something with a trance or hardcore twist. Can't wait to see what you come up with. Yeah, whatever you say, it sounds like something you can do right. Travel and music and games right up my alley. Sure, I'll give it my best shot. Yes, that's Dancing Mualani. It's that one idol. It's the spirit, as long as you're in Palma and play your hearts out, it's mission accomplished. Very expressive. And I'll grab some snacks and drinks for the rest of us while we watch. Just remember to pace yourself, okay, traveler? You know, I'm kind of surprised that Mizuki, I guess it might be too on the nose, the explicit comparison between Mualani and Yoimiya. I'm sure you don't want an endless loop of dance-off stage music stuck in your head before bed tonight. Well, thanks everyone, this sounds like a blast. Plus, if Xilonen's one DJing an endless loop of music in her dreams, doesn't sound too bad. Yume no naka. Daijoubu da yo na. Playing Rhythm Ball, the player must actively serve their ball and propel the pinball forward. Pinball will rebound upon colliding with the bar. If the collision occurs while the bar is moving, the bound vector of the ball will also change. The more efficiently destroy bricks during the stage, the more points it will gain when the stage ends. Based on the elemental type possessed by the character controlling the bar will be infused with the same corresponding element and apply the same element to the pinball. Yeah, I feel bad for Gio and Danjiro. During Rhythm Ball, when there are Pyroculi, Hydrocry, or Electro-Animo characters on the field, they will apply their corresponding element to the bar. Detailed elemental reaction rules can be found in the event menu. Reserve balls have a limit during challenges. Once the last pinball shoots past the lower boundary, it will be considered a loss and will permanently reduce the number of balls in your reserve. When reserve balls are at 0, you will fail the challenge. Base bricks will appear in the stage at intervals. Store them to gain the buff effects for this stage. Gaining the buff that increases the number of pinballs. Up to 3 pinballs can exist on the field at a time. When there are less than a requisite amount of bricks on the field, the bar will fire 4 fireworks forward. Should any of these fireworks hit a brick that won't do damage, you can use this method to strike bricks that are hard to hit. Okay, cool. So we started with the DJ. You can go travel while on your way to becoming an improv master, I'd say. Do you have any tips, Xiuhcoatl? Well, ever seems like you're interested in the nitty-gritty of DJing, huh? Well then, first up, a good DJ knows their equipment. I've collected a number of schematics for making lots of music equipment in the past. Feel free to pick up next time you swing by. Learning theory is always the blandest part to pick up new music techniques, but once you nail the basics, you'll improve by leaps and bounds. I'm expecting great things from you, alright. Xiuhcoatl, what style of music's your favorite? My favorite style, I'm hard to say. The way I see it, the overall production quality of a song is the most important. The melody's flow, the arrangement of the piece, the instruments chosen, recording quality, and overall processing. They have all good standards to meet mainstream styles, sometimes produce pieces with exceptional musicality. Conversely, seemingly sophisticated niche styles might turn out less than ideal work. Fooling your audience with a sloppy piece of music by simply slapping a niche label on seems, I don't know, rather base. What about travel? Yeah, you can't just fake it and hope to make it. Maybe it's best to ignore the labels. In short, there are no shortcuts when it comes to music or music theory travel. The basics are the most important. Sure, you'll study hard though. Keep looking for inspiration then. If you've got any good ideas, feel free to just hum them for me. I'll jot them down. Musicer. I can feel the warmth of your emotions for how much you enjoy the game. Yeah, sure you'll have sweet, relaxing dreams tonight. You also listen to fast-paced music, Mizuki. That's a classic line of questioning. Well, listen to whatever my friends recommend, even if it's not to my taste. I wouldn't want to let them down after all. I can enjoy lively music, but for soothing, elegant tunes, I can't say I particularly care for instrumental variety or technical sophistication. As long as the melody is pleasing to the ears, even if it's a cappella or a slow solo, they won't feel bland to me. Rather, I find they exude a sense of beautiful serenity. Same here, maybe give some new styles a chance. Well, next time you find yourself a free moment, how about I show you some of my favorites? I can brew some tea, put some snacks, and take our time enjoying them. What if we chose a different dialogue option? And Why not with your taste? I'm sure you can show me some hidden gems that's not in the usual wheelhouse. If you've got a free moment, don't be shy, okay? And I want to see you give the game a try. I sure could, but that might be flooding the rules as one of the designers into the ins and outs of every stage. It might be a little boring for you to watch. Games work best with the element of surprise, and designers should think outside the box to create that. Becoming predictable is a mark of bad development. Of course, trying outside the box is your field of expertise. I do hope you can take part in game development planning in the future. I'd love to play something you designed. Hope you're restful too, Mizuki. Don't worry, inviting here makes this event a success in my book. I'm sure my sleep tonight will be thrice as restful as usual. Okay. Let me see. And does this have a different dog tree, or... Okay, it's the same, I believe. Let me just check one more time. And... let me check. Yeah. Both lead to the same conclusion. You and Mualani. Yo, Traveler, don't you look full of energy? What kind of songs do you like, Mualani? Yeah, I'm fond of pretty much anything. Relaxing melodies, heart-pumping beats, Johnny tunes, I love them all. But I'm not great at rock and music. It's a bit more solemn and formal. I don't wish to such songs often, but I don't dislike them either. Doesn't dislike anything, huh? Do you have any advice for the game? Let me jog the old noggin. It's my experience playing beach volleyball. I think it's easy to slip up if you get anxious. Sometimes when I see the ball flying at me, I freeze up thinking of all the ways I can hit it back, like a deer in headlights. And she gets hit, and then she dies. We'll miss you. So it's about the small stuff. Just go with the flow, you know? Makes sense, we'll give it a try. Of course, you can't rely solely on your intuition for contests of strategy. Or when things get serious, you gotta look before you leap too. Everything in moderation. Great game, wanna go again? Okay, go with your skills and a little more practice. Some unbeatable records in no time, I know it. Okay. Talk to you. Rhythmos. And the sound of the ball hitting the target is nice and crisp. If you can work into a steady rhythm, it will make the perfect accompanying beat. And you are? Hey there, and welcome to our game. I'm a musician hired by Master Xiuhcoatl to run this dance-off stage. Master. Yeah, whether it's the technology that goes into designing, building, and maintaining your equipment, or the ability to DJ, Xiuhcoatl's a master that all us musicians aspire to be. She's DJing, she posts freely between dozens of styles and techniques. Simply put, she can handle any style with style. Her sense of hearing is like razor sharp. Razor. Whenever part of a song is too dry, whenever there's a pitch deviation more than half a semitone, whenever the sound effects have been pushed just a bit too far. Mr. Xiuhcoatl can tell you when the ears stuffed full of quinapa berries. Why would he do that, though? Why would she stuff her ears with quinapa berries? Because they're full of juice, and listen through them is like being stuck underwater. It's tough as a trials for any musician around. Though Master Xiuhcoatl didn't mention it, I feel like sharp hearing is also helpful for wars and adventures. When I sharpen your ears, Master Xiuhcoatl, I visit. Oh, that's probably why they've got her in this event, kinda, because she is on banner. Okay. Well, maybe next time. Anytime's a good time. Don't be shy about saying hi if you see any of our DJs putting on a show. And I like to play a round of Rhythm Ball, right? I'm looking forward to your performance. Get out there and give them a show. It's ascending skills, advanced bricks to gain additional pinball. It's the dissipate effect from swirl reactions, the detonate effect from overloaded reactions to break bricks more effectively. Basically, you want Pyro, Mizuki, Mavica, and Ororon. Interesting. I imagine that when you hit a specific... Oh, interesting. They're kind of in a different order, given that Geo and Dendro don't do anything in this challenge. So they all get shunted to the bottom because they're literally useless here. Kind of sad. Okay. Just for a fourth, sure. Yeah, so I imagine when we hit the swirl, the anima block with a swirlable element, it'll swirl that element. So basically we have to try to... Interesting. So when we can hit with Animo, swirl that on there, break that, blow that up, then you hit the Animo with the other element. Pinball rules, okay. Yeah. With the ball detonator ball, after a pinball triggers an overloaded reaction with the bar, will gain the detonate effect upon hitting a brick. A blast that deals AoE damage to surrounding bricks will occur. Okay, so it's actually not about It's about hitting the block, or what about the block? Detonator ball will dissipate when a pinball hits a brick and causes a swirl reaction. Dissipate effect will be triggered, applying the element within a fixed AoE to surrounding bricks. These bricks come into contact with other elements that will perform the relevant reactions. Rhythm Ball detonate. Pinball hits a brick and causes an overloaded reaction. The detonate effect will be triggered, unleashing the blast that deals AoE damage to surrounding bricks. Reminds me of the cannon event. Let me see. Cannon. Remote-controlled cannon. Rolling crossfire. That's the one with slimes, so kind of different. Shouldn't be too complicated. I wonder what the reward criteria are. Yeah, I've seen this. Okay. Oh, they're moving. Interesting. There we go. And... you know... oh my... what? I don't want to miss any balls like that. Okay. Interesting. What are those criteria? And 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Okay. You know... I guess we'll stick to the trial characters. Just for fun. Not that they do anything special, but imagine the speed would be important. Maybe. Cool. And... boom. Boom. Cool. That's simple enough. Detonator ball ain't bad, but... ooh, bass blocks. Base block. Ibito da ne. Well, you only get so many, huh? Come on. Now really, we just gotta make more detonator balls. And yeah, you can keep this going basically forever. Okay. Yeah, because that requires the switching. Now I understand. Now I understand. Oh, no, there are more. Okay, well, alright. And... ah, that's the trick. You just gotta keep switching like that. Yeah, we don't need to do anything too complicated. Okay. For the detonator ball, and... thank you. Yeah, you can go for the swirls, or you can just... if you can switch right, you just go for the detonator balls. Now I understand. That's how you want to do it. Cool. And... not all of them. There we go. And... okay. Get more bass balls. And... break that. No need to think too hard. Detonator, detonator. So it's all about making sure you've got the right ball element. Makes sense. Come on. And yeah, the rhythm is just switching between these. Makes sense. And which ones are coming? Those ones are coming. There we are. Now that ain't too bad at all. Okay. A boss. Interesting. Additional pinball and a protective wall effect. Use electrocharge and swirl reactions on the electro bricks surrounding the rhythm boss. Trigger their corresponding destructive effects and deal damage quickly. Rhythm boss Adobe 40 Freebird will summon multiple electro bricks onto the field. Perhaps you can take advantage by causing your pinballs to bounce between your opponent and these electro bricks, or use elemental reactions to trigger an effect and deal damage. Beat the rhythm boss to win the challenge stage. Interesting. And let me check. Surge ball. After a pinball hits the bar and causes an electrocharge reaction, the surge effect will be applied, unleashing lightning from the struck brick that randomly deals damage within a fixed AoE to surrounding bricks. Surge. Pinball hits a brick and charges, causes an electrocharge reaction. Detonator ball, surge ball. Just a ball with its own effect. Lightning from the struck brick's position, randomly deals damage within a fixed AoE to surrounding bricks. Pierce. Superconduct. Pierce effect will be inflicted. It's no longer cause reflections. So the ball will continue moving forward, punching through all bricks in its path. Effect ends when the pinball strikes the boundary. Steaming, vaporized reaction. Steaming effect will be triggered, dealing higher damage to the struck brick. Fly melt reaction will be triggered, dealing higher damage to the struck brick. 40 freebirds, multiple electric bricks. The easiest way to do it would just be by focusing on getting reactions on the balls. Let's just switch and keep going for surge balls. Interesting that they stick to basic characters, not the trial ones, like Animo Traveler, Wisa, Amber, Bobula. Okay. We don't need to think too hard. So I don't imagine character level matters at all here. Okay. And then, yeah, Xilonen will not do anything. Literally useless. Okay. Surge effect. Yeah, let's go for the surge ball. Hi. And normal ball that does nothing. And Mualani. There's our electro-charged ball. And hello. Surge ball. And oh, there's our bass. Nice. Taking the buffs and, well, can't win them all, huh? Okay. Should we keep going back and Mualani. This is simpler by far. Cool. Mualani. And another. Still going with the music from, I believe this was Gloria Mirage, actually. And Mualani. Keep going. Don't need to think too hard. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Time elapsed. Score from beefing boss. Score from time chords that hit like a wall of sound. 3,000 is what we need. Yeah, not bad. Break base bricks to widen your bar. Performance. Pegios. Why is this one not called performance? Well, it probably just doesn't have enough space. Pegios that smell like a surging tide. Base bricks to widen your bar. Use crowd of freeze connected hydro bricks with a coagulating effect. Use the pierce effect to deal with electro bricks in your path. Freeze ball. After pinball triggers a frozen reaction with the bar. Temporarily hold in place in the bar, though the bar will still be able to move after the frozen duration elapses. Pinball will automatically shoot forward. Alternatively, it can also be preemptively propelled by active choice. That's not one I actually really want, honestly. Coagulating. When a pinball hits a brick and triggers the frozen reaction, will unleash the coagulating effect. Causes all bricks at the same time that are collected to the struck brick to be frozen. Should the pinball strike a frozen brick again, will immediately shatter that brick along with all other frozen bricks connected to it. Interesting. Oron and Citlala. Okay. Use our own. Doesn't make a difference, though. Or you could just swirl them all, if you cared. I don't care. Gonna use these two. Really, what we want is Pierce. Switch back and forth between Cryo and Electro. Yeah, sure. Okay. Cool. Let's freeze all these. Cool. And that's our Pierce. Cool. And piercing. Or not. That's okay. Oh, that's alright. Flooding the ball a bit. Okay. Not much of that, huh? Get our shots down and... Yeah, because that should be the piercing ball. Yeah, it is the piercing ball. Which, honestly, isn't all that impressive in this situation, but that's life, I suppose. Come on. So clearly... Once it's reacted, it's basically finished reacting, but that's understandable. Okay. The piercing or not. Oops. Oops! Messed up that time. And here we go. Piercing ball. Cryo ball. Well, whatever. I am just going to alternate and stop thinking. Come on, give me a super conduct. I swear I... There we are. Ah, that was pretty good too. Super conduct, well, whatever. Piercing won't do all that much in this situation. This one is kind of annoying, but we already got the buff we needed, so it isn't that much trouble. Yeah, I'm slipping. That's okay. Ah, the pierces really well there, though. Okay, and... Okay, I should have just shot that one. Whatever. Alright. Got an A. Yeah. Am I that impressive today? No. Am I sleepy? Yeah. Conflagrated melody, multiple strikes, another rhythm boss. Break the base bricks, obtain enhanced fireworks, use overload and storm reactions of the pyro bricks surrounding the rhythm boss to trigger their corresponding destructive effects and deal damage quickly. And plus 2. Rhythm boss Searing Lava Bird will protect itself with a ring of bricks. Oh, so they're all basically the flow current birds. Use the buff effects gained by destroying base bricks, obtain enhanced fireworks. It can clearly take out the surrounding bricks until damage, defeat the rhythm boss, or win the challenge stage. Malvika and Ouroboros. Of course, if you want to be funny, you can bring in additional elements, but I'm not thinking that hard today. Okay. So, for an overload on you, boom, get boomed. And pull you up. This is nice and simple. It doesn't require much time. And okay, well, alright. Boom, boom. And fireworks, well, okay. Boom. Okay. Okay. Not paying attention. Boom. Boom, and now we can just keep up the overloads pretty much perpetually, which is quite nice. Boom. And next time it's Electro. Cool. Get this back to Pyro. Ah, we got that as well. Very, very nice. Hits you too. Oh, you can actually hit it kind of from behind. It's very merciful in that way. Come on. And yeah, this is not gonna be good today. Alright. Oh my goodness. It's kind of embarrassing. I'm gonna have to retry this one. Yeah, when they come back a lot faster than I would expect. Oh, not pleasant. Hit and 1, 2. Just keep on alternating. As soon as one comes out, you just switch. And focus on returning and nothing else. Okay. Boom. Boom. Just shoot you as well. And where'd the ball go, though? Whatever. Come on. And for the next. And come on. Keep getting hit. Could actually use Hydro. Vaporize, just hit it directly. And that would work well, too. But right back. Okay, well, that was dumb. Omigoto. And do it again. Another overload. What kind of angle? I swear to God. I hate this. Yeah, good thing I'm not playing Pokemon Pinball. Then I'd suffer. You really want to go for the shots? Well, you're dead. Go ahead. Give me... Barely got that. Okay. Conflagrated melody, multiple strikes, the syncopated magic of swing. With base bricks to gain additional pinball, you swirl an electro charge actions and trigger their corresponding destructive effects to break bricks more effectively. I will. I'll kill you too. I'll hit you with big hammer or something. And not in a way you would enjoy. Okay. This clearly. Just want to swirl it all. Trigger a bunch of reactions. Yep. Cool. Yeah. Alright. Not after the first time. Interesting. Okay, well. Basically one swirl and then you just try to get other reactions in. Disappointing, really. Okay. And Mualani. Mualani. What kind of feelings? And... Base blocks... Italian Carnival Balla? Oh, okay. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Yeah, let's just keep going with Hydro. Let's stay focused. Well, okay. Oh, I got more of them. Okay. Going quite well. This ain't bad. And... Go for the shot, please. There we go. Glad that they give us cues. The ability to actually meaningfully swirl reactions from these blocks onto each other is less than I would like. Come on. Yay! Oh, I did not notice that you could change the speed. They did not mention that at all. That makes a huge difference. Yeah, let's just keep holding this down forever. Okay. There we go. Gotta keep double clicking, kinda. Occasionally. That's not too bad. Wow. This makes things a lot easier. Okay. No, but I'm serious. They didn't mention this anywhere. Yeah, you can jump too. Yeah, I just read the instructions. I didn't look at the control markers at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, why does it let you jump? That doesn't make any difference. Maybe it would make sense, and maybe they intended to have you jump over, I don't know, shockwaves from the bosses or something. I don't know. It's just the previous one with a bow tie. And slightly bigger eyebrows. Base passion, polyphony, and irregular beats. Base bricks to widen your bar. Use overloaded and electrocharge reactions on the various elemental bricks surrounding the rhythm boss to trigger their corresponding destructive effects. Deal damage quick with the lava reflectors behind the rhythm boss and split your pinball into multiple balls. The rhythm boss blazing beat lava bird has multiple lava deflectors behind it. When your pinballs hit these, they'll split into multiple balls and bounce back. As the rhythm boss's HP decreases, pinballs will split into even more balls to defeat the rhythm boss to win the challenge stage. Okay. Cool. Only one of them really used Xiuhcoatl. That's okay. I imagine there were some people going for high scores, which would require, you know, thinking about your reaction, using more kinds of reactions. That's not me. I don't have that kind of energy right now. Alright, well, we can run. You're strong. We want to go for those deflectors, then. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's moving with us. That is crazy. Okay. Interesting. Base blocks. Let's... make something happen. Get me to a point where I can get those ball splitters. Come on. Well, whatever. As long as we win eventually, right? Come on. Oops. Well, that was stupid. Let's try that again. Okay. Really, instead of aiming at the enemy, we need to just go for the ball splitting first thing. Yep. Cool. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's how you do it. They're just still going. Nice. And here we are. Ooh. See how many we can get. We could not return that one. That was too fast. And come on. These go in, and some Mualani 1, Auron 1, and yeah. All I had to do was actually sprint. Okay, well that's it. Cool. Collect our rewards. At least 300 on each. Yeah, that's basically a little over, basically 2.5 rolls. For Escoffier. So I guess it's time to go back into the volcano. Okay. That's done. Oh, we got a little cutscene now that we've done it. Mizuki, Kiteo, listen, Amina just told me some amazing news. Thanks to the party, the people of the springs have 40% more visitors than normal. And I think we barely did anything to promote it. That's great. I also have some good news. Over the past few days, the number of patients in my practice has dropped by 90%. Soon she's gonna go out of business. She's going to have to beg on the streets. If our goal is to lift people's spirits and give them space to let go of their worries, I think we'd safely say that's a job well done. Oh, let's go even bigger next time. Add even more games. That way, there's something for everyone. Hot springs if you want relaxation, games if you want fun. As far as vacations go, can't get much better than that. Mualani days. Hey, Mualani Mizuki, the musical genius has returned. 2 happy visitors here to give you a 5-star review. Can't say no more, it's written all over your face. You had a blast, didn't you? Bean. Are you kidding? All-you-can-eat self-serve buffet. Pop was on cloud 9. She had 5 servings in hot spring with clock. And the corn pizza. Onsen time. Your expression. And the traveler is even more obsessed with the rhythm ball than come on with a free tune. Huh? No, nothing can compare it to your obsession with food. Honestly, watching you play was quite a spectacle, an expert performance if I ever saw one. Not really. I didn't know I could sprint until the second to last stage. You should help me brainstorm next time we host something like this. We can come up with even more fun games. Let's bring back Genshin Phantasm, please. As far as I know, that does seem to be one of the travelers' many talents. Stop glazing. I look forward to working with you again, Ms. Mualani, although it would be easier if it is designated office space. Why don't I help you open a consultancy? Oh, I like the sound of that. Let me ask around if there's space we could put it right next to your clinic. I wonder if there's a clinic location during this event. Probably not. Good idea, I want nothing more than to be neighbors. Oh, love your tune. We're telling the people of Springs, count us in, whatever. Oh, you can eat buffets in hot springs every day? Yeah, that sounds lovely. Huh? Palmon will be the food next time. Well, if you had a permanent address, it'd be easier to track you down if we need something. I never knew the day would come. I'd sound like one of my clients. Oh, Xiuhcoatl. The music you picked for Rhythm Ball was excellent. Every time we played the game, we'd start dancing before we knew it. It was literally just the simulacra music. Glad to hear it. From what I've observed over the past few days, you have great potential as fusion artists. It could be because you've encountered music from all sorts of different cultures. When you're a master of the melody, it's almost like you can incorporate different beats on instinct. In the beta, when leaks were coming out from this version, people were talking about a rhythm event, and they thought they meant, the actual rhythm game permanent gadget, when it was just this. The most cutting-edge music often involves some form of fusion, so I have a feeling I'll be coming to you for inspiration one day. Itsuka, one day. Your music. Here, I want you to have this. Give it a listen sometime. What is it? Oh. Xilonen's note. According to my observations, musical styles on the cutting edge of theory tend to lean towards fusion, absorbing elements from multiple perspectives that are in tension with one another, such as composition, instrumentation, and tone, through which composers of such music make breakthroughs. Cute shaving. Finding ways to improve traditional musical styles never had clear boundaries in the first place, and those are boring ever further. Reaching the pinnacle of one's music and technique is an admirable deed, but for creators who have yet to attain the level of a master for life and ordinary audiences both. Sticking to a single style is not wise if one wishes to improve one's musical appreciation and creativity. Technology and human ears all have limits, and it would undoubtedly be a pity to strain a territory that no one can follow you into, chasing after complex or unpopular harmonies or developing machine-esque performance techniques. So yeah, I hope you enjoy the songs on this disc. Even if you don't intend to create any music, it'd be great to introduce yourself to a few new styles and discover new moving melodies. No way, one of Xilonen's mixtapes at Xiuhcoatl records that would sell in a heartbeat. Mixtape. It would be popular. Ninki Shohin. Yes, not everyone can get their hands on the records or equipment as Xiuhcoatl recommends. It's a source of anxiety for some people, and it's treated a patient for that very reason. You can treat even that, Mr. Mizuki. I find it interesting that they kind of made Mizuki into a bit of a Chiori, as an Inazuma character with ties to the current region, but she didn't show up in Natlan at all until now. All I did was help her manage her emotions. I told her to consider getting a job at a record store, and should be one of the first to get information on your latest recommendations. Ah, good idea. Just hope she can keep it to herself. Her job applications are about to become just as hard to snag. Well, thanks for this. I'll give it a good listen. Yeah, Putman can't wait to hear it. Susume recommendation. Next time I'll help you come up with an even better game with music that's just as amazing as this time, of course. It's a promise, people won't know what hit them. Honestly, this event feels a little incomplete, given that the music was just this Children of Echoes recycled theme, and then the the Glory Mirage music again. And the party isn't even over, and Putman already can't wait for the next one. The people of the Springs really know how to live it up. Fusion Profusion DJ Remix Selections. A series of songs handpicked by Xiuhcoatl that have earned their recognition and selection truly unique. Thank you. Unique to Natlan, includes a Master Xiuhcoatl commemorative photo commissioned by several DJs. Yeah, cute. However, it seems that this record can only sound its best on professional equipment such as the dance-off stage. Using unsuitable equipment may damage the disc surface, and in any case, it makes for one of a kind collector's item and keepsake. Okay. Anything new? No. Okay. So that's finished. Back to the volcano. Ouch. Quest completed. Rhythm Ball Meztli, a special music party hosted by the people of the Springs, where Xiuhcoatl has helped set up the dance-off stage. With ample space for self-expression, partygoers can dance their worries away with a rhythm ball, a game jointly designed by Mualani and Mizuki. Okay. So, go back here. It's gonna be that altar as well. Let me go underneath. See if there's anything here. Probably not. Yeah, not in this way. Over here, and it's right, that lava fall over there goes down to the next level down, but we can't actually go up. No, we can't go down it. We can go up it, but we can't go down it. It's interesting. Okay. Yeah, exactly. You can't actually avoid out here. Let me see. And so let's just ride over this way. So to liquid Phlogiston and vice versa. Well, I guess we'll fight you in the meantime. Wake up. And... oh, shoot. Shoot, shoot. Oh, goodness. Guess we... oh my goodness. Untimely demise. Okay, and just a couple more. Cool. Slam. Without Shabby. Varus really does weaken. It's a shame, but that's life. Next one is gonna be... not there. Let me feed them something. Yeah. Not like I ever use that for anything else. So, I got the grapple over there. You're not gonna be as strong with a Kini chair, but that's alright. And yeah. Just a few normal shots. That didn't do it. Yeah. Okay. Really just tied to that team comp. You were to go down here. That over there. Oh, interesting. This is where we did that little shooting gallery before. Right. Got this lore dump about the dragons. Yeah. So the first one we found up by the mouth of the volcano was one that was actively long enough to actually be a lore page. That one was just a little bit of dialogue. Okay, simple enough. And then down here, anything? Presumably not. That, I don't see anything there. And can't really get there from here, but very clearly. Actually, what if I were to check that pillar? Wonder if that's below the kill plane. It's not really a kill plane because you don't die, you just get transported back up to the next level, but still. Let me see. Can't actually perch here. There's no purpose to it, but go that way. Where's it gonna take me? All the way back up here. Okay. So there are some points that are low enough that we can reach them, but not high enough to actually be a valid... well, not a respawn point, but you know what I mean. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this is where we don't want to use guys, right? And yeah, it's just over to the flame melding. Okay. Let's go over here, and again, pretty big underground space beneath. We'll see how that goes. The question really is whether I can actually get the rest of Volcano done today. Because I think I'll do... oh, this goes down? Oh, interesting. I was not expecting that. Still want to try some of the others. And then, of course, go down here, but as I was saying, in a few short days for the Escoffier boss, they're adding the island over here that you can kind of see. It's got fog around it. It is what it is. Other than that, individual little part. Let me check. Let me see, because those don't show up, at least from this distance, as physics objects, so wasn't really indication that would move. Well, let me check. Let me see. And get a little bit of flight. And if we went back up top, I wonder if it would allow us to Yeah, it's simply not a physics object at all. Wow. And then we can grapple a little bit. Not that time. Okay. This won't take me back up. And actually use the key niche grapple for a bit of height there. Simple enough. Now that doesn't go up, which I was gonna say maybe that means I'll do the lower area first, but no, I'm not gonna handle that way. That's not how I do things. I'm gonna start high and then go low. And again, we opened chests when we were here originally, so not showing up this time. How did he get stuck on that tiny bit of terrain? Let's see. Come on. And It was simple enough. I would not call it all that complicated. It really is just Akitsu Harpastum from last time, if you play this game, which is to say, basically Brick Breaker / Breakout, classic, single player Pong, break the box. There was a version of it last patch, and they explicitly highlighted, brought back a character from that event, said, yeah, it's just this again. Last patch's main event was mostly various minigames, and one of them was the Breakout minigame, which was fun enough. But the best one was a sort of mini puzzle game where you had to basically had 3 little dummies you could manipulate the paths of. And the conceit was that basically they would follow your path after you moved around on the map. And you had to have them move in sequence, time their individual movements. But the only way you could modify them was by modifying your own motion on the first pass you had. So you couldn't go back and change it except by actively reverting to an earlier phase of the puzzle. So each dummy had to basically open up part of the map, then stop. It's easier to show than to really actively explain, but it was very fun. It was called Genshin Phantasm. I actually made a short about the final stage some months ago, back when it was relevant, but it was very fun, and I hope they can bring that one back, and especially make it more difficult, but it was a little bit close to actually being kind of a mental challenge, so I wonder whether they might actually revisit it or not. That said, for better or worse, the game has definitely gotten a bit more hardcore in various senses, as the fan base has decreased in size and therefore required a bit more in the way of, milking of the fan base that still exists. To the point that apparently in a couple patches they're adding a new version of Abyss that requires 3 teams, or so it's said. That said, whether it's true, and even if it is, whether it gets added that soon remains to be seen, but we'll feed you more. But the local legends in general, when they were initially added with Fontaine, and when they were expanded upon to become a mainstay of world exploration with Natlan, even though nothing in terms of real progression requires you to do them, and even the final reward for beating all of the subsection of the Night Soul local legends in the map areas, it doesn't require you to beat them at more than a base level, because all of the newer ones have 3 connected achievements. 1 where you just beat them at all, and then 2 where they have some sort of slight additional requirement. And in order to get the reward for having beaten all of the special Night Soul ones, which are just, the spirits of the dead, you just have to beat them normally once. You don't need to go for any of the additional objectives. Of course, it's fun too, but nothing requires it. Which I think is fair, because a lot of them are, to a real extent, DPS checks that require time and possibly financial investment to really meet, but even still, the fact that they're putting a greater level of skill-based challenge, because again, that is what differentiates this game from something like HSR. ZZZ even more so, as it differentiated from HSR, because they're action games, which means that you can compensate from not having quote-unquote high numbers by having high skill of your own. And with ZZZ having parries in the game is just a basic mechanic, it gets even more true. But, oh. Here we're gonna ride that ramp. This is fun. But as I was saying, I appreciate having more skill-based challenges. They brought back the very rarely used parry mechanic that Beto kind of has a parry. It's not especially useful because it's tied to her E-skill, which has a rather high cooldown, frankly, but or at least too high to really use as a real form of damage. But if you get it right and get it reliably, though, to be fair, that requires you to wait for enemies to actively attack you, and the timing is kind of harsh as well. It does produce more particles, so it can reduce your energy requirements, but in the end, that means you have to wait for enemies to attack, which slows down a rotation and is rarely, if ever, a good idea. But, oh. Basically, in last patch, they also brought back some degree of parry combat for some of the event quests, which was pretty cool. That breaks that. Go to the other side, get on through. It's only the ones with a switch you can actually break through. It is what it is. But as I was saying... Oh, come on. I think that if they need a new regional gimmick for the next patch cycle, which is notably not really going to be based on a region as much as factions, apparently, according to the recent behind-the-scenes stream, I think parries, which they've done before, perfect dodges, which they tried here for the first time with one individual local legend, would be a very fun idea. Especially since Wuwa has those, and I imagine they are more than aware of their competition. Hello there. And one, shoot. And shoot. And... okay. Go ahead. Damage is good, but don't have any defense on you. You're fragile, and you need healing. It's gonna feed you more and more sushi. Oh, there's an Oculus, and I imagine one of those is going to drop down. So I'm gonna wait until I'm done with Flame Molding Ritual Grounds before I hop on one of those plants then. Okay. Hello there. Yeah, but just lots and lots of Saurians for that. Come on. And one, two. Shoot again. 2 shots does it pretty reliably. For their mats and all. I wish Kinich's Link was longer, honestly. Just because. And I guess you could say it might be kind of overpowered. But given that he does still want to use Bennett, though Yonskin can work too, oh. And then that means you have to try to stay in the circle, or at least line up with the circle when you're firing. I don't think being able to maintain, without much trouble, a distance from enemies where they can't really hit you would be all that overpowered. That's just me. Let's just check this right now, honestly. And now oh, this drops down. Cool. And I imagine that when we get on here, it will drop as well. It doesn't... yeah, it does. Okay. That's fun. So I imagine this is kind of meant to be your way to get down here and then eventually back to the center during the quest. Kinda. Go on. Matador Monitsu. Yeah, we just gotta hop back up top. Because this will not go back. This is not a multi-way elevator. It is decidedly limited. Okay. Around here is our next pathway through. Body on. Oh, and now that we broke the one in the middle, upon a refresh, it's entirely gone. Just gave up the ghost. Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. I was not expecting you to wake up like that. Annoying. Goodbye. Oh, and we got a more rock from that. I like these cannons. Don't like when they ambush you. I had a dream some hours ago that I was playing Bloodborne, actually. And that I just kept getting invaded by other players without any kind of indication. But both times, the other player was really, really stupid. So maybe it was actually an NPC. Really, it's not like I can exactly analyze game mechanics in a dream, but... The first time I was on a ladder, and this one goes down too. Fun. And they tried hitting me. They climbed up the ladder and they tried hitting me. But they weren't all that fast about doing it, so I just started hitting them back. And even though I believe their attacks were kind of better at knocking me off the ladder in theory, they just didn't do them fast enough, and I managed to just realize, oh crap. Then I managed to kick them off the ladder, and then they died. And then, the other time, someone invaded me, showed up, and just immediately fell down a hole and died. Which is the kind of thing I would do. Frankly. My body is already ready for Dustbloods, even though that game is coming out next year, and we might all be dead in nuclear hellfire by then. We might all get Samson options. But it is what it is. Okay. This... It's pretty big, but also pretty empty. Okay. Well, if I get nuked, you're probably getting nuked too. I don't live in that important of a place. If I got nuked, Italy would probably be getting nuked too. Let's crush this. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you, Nuke Balla. Let's break all this. Yay. Body on. Oh, and go down another level. Break the next one. That's fun. Stuff down there. Well, they don't have to hate them. It might just be spite towards the rest of the world. Google the Samson option. I'm not. Oh, and another Secret Source Dragon Idol. It's down here. Interesting. Is this one gonna wake up, or what's going on here? And it tears its way open. That's fun. And now, where are you headed? Got an updraft. What is this? Should mark that updraft for later, so I can ride it. I imagine it's probably gonna go all the way up top here. To the top of the mountain with that Pyroculi and the way to that Xiuhcoatl nest. Maybe. That was fun. I wonder if it's going to stay on this path. It's going to stop at the end, or where it's going to go. But yeah, this is how you're supposed to get to the top of the mountain. Okay. Kinich being out reminds me of that Kinich Yuugei promotion. Which, when I saw that, all I could think of was... Okay, but who is this for? Because the Mona Charlotte Tilbury thing... Yeah, it was interesting, but it's sort of... It wouldn't really make sense to promote it with a male character, even though it's perennially intended for the female audience, but it's just sort of... There aren't really sort of female audience-focused products that would really make sense to focus, as in not just outright character motion designs, that would really make sense to promote with a male character in the first place. Aside from, you know, character pins for Ita bags, I don't even know what you could really do aside from, I guess, the Goro Kokumi Sushiro kind of thing. Which isn't really a product featuring the character, it's just an advertising campaign, because it's just sort of, you know, it's a gaming-focused power bank. But if you're gonna try to do something that's presumably, I suppose, for the game's male audience... You know, it would make more sense to use one of the female characters, but it just makes me think, I imagine that it might be kind of a prestige thing, because I imagine that characters they see as more sort of relevant or popular, they would probably charge more for their use in a marketing campaign for promotional purposes, and I guess it stopped. Okay. If I reloaded the area, I wonder what would happen, but yeah, this is how you're supposed to get up here. Okay. Come on. Yo, that maybe Yuugei wanted, I don't know, Xilonen, or... Because Xilonen would make a lot of sense, because, you know... Just from a logical perspective, she actually, you know, makes things. Kinich has a bit of a gamer aesthetic, which... Again, I wonder what decisions went into making that choice, but... Xiuhcoatl also has a bit of tech aesthetic. She makes technology explicitly. All the weird anachronistic Natlan tech is usually that way because, you know, it's her style. She made it herself. And, you know, again, product generally more oriented towards a male demographic, you use a female character, it makes more sense. But I imagine it was probably, at least in part, a matter of just... Maybe they wanted a different character, but Kinich was the only one they could afford. Though again, the fact that Kinich and now Aoife, I suppose, but especially Kinich, has two big-ticket voice actors but doesn't even talk all that much, it kind of makes me wonder if they kind of sent him out to die, and that the intention was for him to kind of be a bad choice that didn't sell well, and so that they could justify not putting out as many male characters, not using them for advertisement campaigns. It's a little tinfoil, but... So does it just... respawn back there? Let me see. Let me reload the map. 'Cause it doesn't seem like it actually goes back, but to be fair, I wasn't really watching it. Just returns to that resting position over there and be used to ride back up again. It's interesting. And... Yeah, it just stays there. You get far away enough and it TP's back, resets position. Okay. Those updrafts from before. That's what I'm interested about, though I imagine the entire point is for you to use them to get back on the dragon if you fell off the first time. And now they're gone. I guess now that we actually made it up the intended way, they don't care anymore. If you miss your chance, you miss your chance. Sucks to suck. Okay. Let's keep on going around. Yeah, just a laser ride away, both floors. Yeah, it's just like HRD3 from Kirby's Return to Dreamland and Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. The really funny thing is just that when the dragon's gone, it becomes kind of annoying to get out of this area. Oh, hello. Thank you for the raid. Nice to meet you, Kyazu Mizukori. That's something water ice. Thank you. How are you doing? Nice to meet you. Did the Rhythm Ball event, and now I'm just clearing out Ancient Sacred Mountain in anticipation of the next patch. How's it going? And yeah, I take a look to see if you can figure out my name. But I accidentally named myself after a skill tree from Sekiro. I wasn't even thinking. Which, to be fair, that is at least a game I've actually played and enjoyed. If you haven't played Sekiro, you should play it. On a related note, and I've been meaning to bring this up, I don't have the time to play it, but at least not right now, but a game came out recently called Clair Obscure Expedition 33. It's actually made by the French. Which, you know, you gotta hand it to the French occasionally. You know, all the French hatred is really overstated. It isn't even funny in the same way that ironic anti-Italian racism is these days. It's just overplayed. And they even make the best cheese, too. Well, Mushin means... It has multiple meanings. It can mean a state of sort of enlightenment. Literally, it means no mind / no heart. Well, sort of heart in the sense of mind, because, you know... It's not like the ancients really had complicated enough medical science to explain the role of the brain, which is why the Egyptians would drain out your brain when they mummified you but keep the heart in a canopic jar. Because they thought the heart was, you know, the source of the soul of cognition. So it can mean enlightened, it can also mean stupid, but it can also mean shamelessly begging for money. Oh, of course I do. It's the most fun thing in the world. But... And then, of course, I accidentally kind of named myself after this game. Not thinking. Yeah, exactly, heartless and mindless. Both of which I can be at times. But, as I was saying... Also, Mushin Arts is a skill tree in Sekiro. It's one of the better ones. Well, it's not... It's the final one you get access to. That's what it is. I am nowhere close to taking an actual exam. And I'm not sure I ever will be. But I know enough to explain my name and break down some other people's names and at least recognize some radicals. It is very, very funny just how, as a written language, Japanese is just retrofitted Hanzi to the point that one of the primary strengths of Hanzi, which is the fact that you can understand at least some of the meaning, some of the pronunciation, even just by looking at the radicals, is not something that applies to Japanese at all. That said, this is of course my bias. This is of course my bias. But there are three ways, really, where writing a language makes sense. One of them is just alphabetical, something like English. The second is something purely logographic, like kanji. Well, Hanzi, actually. Let me check. Is kana in Abugida? Let me see. Yeah, I am primarily an English speaker as well. I'm basically only an English speaker. My Firefox is not working right now. I guess my CPU decided to just suffer. And what's going on right now? Well, it's just getting hot. It's getting close to summer. Well, to be fair, hiragana and katakana are similar enough. What's really, really interesting historically is that... Oh, we got one right there. For the longest time, katakana wasn't actually used for rendering foreign words originally. What it was originally used for, because, for example, tempura, which is literally just based off the Portuguese tempera, as in sort of tempera paint, as in using eggs. And katakana was actually used specifically for government writing, because, and I'm not joking, they thought that because of how angular it was, it looked more masculine as a way of rendering Japanese syllables than hiragana. Because hiragana was actually invented, if I recall correctly, by women as well. In a lot of Eastern societies, due to, well, really just China and Japan, due to gender segregation and the fact that writing itself was complicated enough almost deliberately because they never really intended it to be demonic. They didn't intend most people to really be able to read and write, which is why when the CCP came to power in China, one of the things they did was script reform to make the language a lot easier to learn in writing. Of course, one thing that meant was making radicals in terms of the writing of Hanzi a bit less crucial, because one of the strengths of Hanzi is just that it keeps the characters a little bit pictographic, a little incompletely pictographic, as I'm sure you already know, but it is one interesting way to trace the development of language, and one interesting important thing is that it makes it easier to understand archaic writing, old documents, than it is in, say, English. Because Old English is basically a foreign language. It's not the same language as modern English. You know, I go in and I look at the copy of Beowulf I have, and it's literally a work in translation. They have the original Old English, and it's functionally a different language. Because English has changed so much in so many ways, but... And to be fair, there's been some influence in dialect, especially in recent years, that has made, say, old Confucian text, for example, less easy to understand to someone reading what is sort of the Chinese of that era than it was before. But it's still worlds closer to modern Chinese than, say, English of Beowulf, the English of Beowulf, and even arguably Shakespeare is to the English that modern English speakers currently, well, speak. And a lot of people who get very sort of Orientalist will say, oh yeah, this is why the Chinese are just the way they are, because they can always understand their old writings, which is a gross oversimplification, of course. But just in terms of cultural memory, for the sake of preserving old works, that is a boon. Even if, you know, because when IShowSpeed went to China, and people have joked about this, you know, something, a socialist world is possible, but the necessary consequence is that everyone becomes a early 2000s American hypebeast. You had a lot of people who were, you know, not necessarily people who idolized America. They weren't exactly self-hating Chinese, but they were very much fans of American hip-hop culture. You had numerous people doing these breakdancing competitions with him, doing these sort of basketball trick shots, etc. And some of that is just that China is so big that you get any kind of subculture is going to have a hilarious number of people participating just because the country is big enough that there's a lot of any kind of person there. But even still, it's interesting. And we've already taken this elevator down. But like I said, you can have an alphabet, you can have outright logograms, or you can, as in Hanzi, each representing each character being a word in and of itself, or you can go with something like Japanese, and to a lesser extent something like Arabic or Hebrew. Semitic languages, though to be fair, Semitic languages actually have own purely secondary vowel notation. If you're writing Arabic or Hebrew, technically you don't need to indicate the vowels, you just need the consonants. And... oh my goodness, the game is lagging. What is going on? There is something going on here, clearly. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay. Something is going on, and clearly I need to move something. Let me see what my storage is at. I need to clear out some old VODs. Because I've been recording in a higher quality as of recent, and that's probably not the problem here. I hope not, at least. We'll see what happens. But either way, if you have any interest, feel free to check out the Discord link down below and join the fan community. I guess you can do some self-promotion of your own if you feel like it. But as I was saying, things are getting hotter. I'm actually gonna go close the window. Because the temperature has reached the point that keeping the window open is getting things hotter in the room rather than colder. And I am not in a position where I am exceptionally unlucky in the sense that I am in the one room in the house where there's just no air conditioning whatsoever. That, for whatever reason, because this is an old house where the air conditioning was retrofitted on. You know, early 20th century house. And let me see. Well, it's not even getting all that hot. But the main thing is that I might need to, and the unfortunate thing is that it prevents me from using the fan tower to cool myself down while I sleep. I might need to move the fan tower by the computer to use it to actively blow cold air into the PC. That said, it might also just be a connection thing, because my sister is home for the summer now, and oh, that means more people are using up bandwidth. I have outright told my parents that I would be willing to just pay for better internet and pony up all the money myself, but they have not since taken me up on the offer, which, honestly, given how much Netflix they watch, I feel like it would be in their interest too. It is what it is. But as I was saying, there are two effectively sensible, well, three ways in which a language in its written form can kind of be logically structured. One is outright logograms like Hanzi, where each character is a word in and of itself. The second would be an alphabet, and the third is where each character represents a mora, which, in addition to being currency in this video game, is another way of basically saying a syllable. Fancy way of saying a syllable. And that would be something like hiragana, katakana, and to a certain extent Hebrew and Arabic characters, and again other Semitic languages. The interesting thing about Hebrew and Arabic is that, again, their vowel notation is secondary, which means that you don't actually have to have a vowel sound, you can just have a consonant, which is, for example, why, you know, the biblical tetragrammaton, you know, YHWH, is just consonants, because that's how it was actually written. Because vowel notation in Semitic languages is entirely secondary. And another interesting thing that I learned about in one of the classes I took back in college was that leads to, in sort of Islamic exegesis, the idea of multiple valid readings of Quranic text, because generally, since the consonants are going to essentially indicate the same sort of word root, the meanings don't depart all that much. For example, MLK, this is for argument, I don't remember all the exact details, could be something like Malik, which means king, or I think, or like Malek, which means something like master. So you're not going to get a meaningful departure. Very rarely does it really change the meaning, but with just the text in and of itself, there are different interpretations leading to, well, different interpretations. And it was interesting to see that actually be grappled with in that sense. But as I was saying, also, when I said I was battling demons, that just meant that I was going to the bathroom. But so where is the next chest? Is over there. Let me see. Also, I think the other people left because the connection dropped. That's sad. Oh well. I really just... The room should cool down a bit. I would not be the one cleaning that up. I was not the person who asked for either of the animals. There's one person who asked for the animals each time, who has never cleaned up after any of them. But that is not something I care to talk about right now. Okay, and oh my goodness. Stupid, stupid, stupid. And don't kill me, please. Come on. Come on. And we will keep you in a state of constant stun lock. And oh, you're kidding. Come on. And stun. And that did not kill you, but what is? And keep on going. Keep on going. Yeah. Either way, I need to keep the window outright closed during the day, and probably at night too. As it really does just lead to everything heating up to an ungodly degree. Well, Skirk is coming out 5.7. That's not contention. It's just that it's a chance to catch up, and I'm not gonna pass that up. I mean, I intend on a purchase next patch. Especially since purchase bonus will be refreshed relatively soon, and oh, a cannon. Okay. What's happening now? It is interesting that we have not actually seen any Pyrograna yet. Infused with Phlogiston. I imagine it might be in the Marjavari or something. Let's see what happens. Come on. Yeah, the room is already noticeably nicer now that I've shut the window. And it's apparently 62 degrees outside, but it feels worse than that. Again, it is just... the room in general just... for whatever reason, it gets cold in the winter and hot in the summer. It has very, very poor insulation. It lets in the outside temperature, but doesn't let the inside temperature out. So it won't lose heat. Furnace Shell Mountain Beast will control the ancient mountain beast. Okay, what? Huh? Oh, it's attacking this? Interesting. And, come on. Don't kill me. Yeah, what? Why did you show up? What is your deal? And 2, 3, and 1. Slam. Cool. Let's just crush you again. And cool. And why did that make an updraft? Very strange. Well, whatever. So that's everything down here then. Okay. Yeah, given that we haven't seen any kind of Pyrograna yet, makes me wonder if those might show up in Marjavari. And Taj Iridescent Legacy Part 3. These are the words of the Sovereign Ruler Aj Ka-Astirbal Cha-Ama Ho-Oh. Thrice damned wretched worms, I wish not to gaze upon such crude misuse of phlogiston, such shameful barbarism, yet human use of phlogiston. Had my proposal not been rejected by the traitors, would you have... the traitors. Wretched, vile, ignorant worms, sing your songs of joy. Expend your final breast-wailing praise for this short-lived reprieve. Soon the Lord of Light and Heat, Xiuhcoatl, will expunge you all in flame, while we in the fire's embrace. My king, Gritengor Xiuhcoatl, you alone must not yet talking about activating Xiuhcoatl. Okay. There's got to be some kind of achievement for... oh. Getting all of those, I imagine. We'll see what happens. And let me see. Nothing down here of notes. There is that updraft over there. Well, whatever. And... so high we can get. Keenage probably would be able to get up in there. Yep. Other way, it's this segment now. Okay. Seems to be an appreciable level of completeness. Down there and see what's going on. But again, given the fact that you got Animograna for updrafts, Geograna for rock lanterns, Electrograna for that stupid gimmick, Dendrograna for curing withering, Hydrograna for multiplying and activating their own kind of lantern type switches, but no Pyrograna. And of course no Cryograna yet, but we had the Mutant Animograna and Dragon Spine so many years ago. Okay. See here. And, okay. Check a few things. And yeah, core temperature isn't having a bad time. Just check. See how hot things are getting. Yeah, it ain't bad, but I cannot be opening a web browser right now. That opening the web browser, I think, caused some of the issues. But also, having the window open probably did not help either. Well, what I mean is that I think there's probably a reason that we haven't got Pyrograna yet. And whether we get them or not, I imagine some kind of explanation will come with Marjavari, since Marjavari's whole deal is that it's the place most screwed up by the Abyss in Natlan. And oh, hello. What's going on there? And now, you're in here. Will that wake them up? That... push that together. Wonder if we gotta... Clearly we have to reconstruct this somehow. Wonder how that's gonna go, though. Web browsers take a surprising amount of CPU and GPU. You know, if we're here, we might as well fight you, huh? Cool. Alright. Cool. And shoot. And we don't get any fab procs because we're not doing any damage, so we can't crit. So. And time our charge to get behind the attacks. We're close to breaking you down, and boom. Yep, boom. Yep, exactly. Not using your super because you are stuck. And that through that. Start healing up. You know, I really should just use. Oh, I should get Chevy to 999 skills. Kind of surprised that I haven't. Forgot that I didn't. Here we are, and do not hurt me, do not hit me. Sometimes there is a non-insignificant amount of luck involved. And, well, okay. Over a few more. Overcharge bow helps, and dodge. 1, 2, 3, and die. Cool. Nothing special, just a few more of these drops that... I don't think I've leveled up a single weapon that actually uses those drops. Sad, really. Oh, whatever. See another block up top there. Again, clearly, this is about reconstructing that Secret Source Dragon Idol. Another Matador Monitou. Probably part of that situation as well. And there we go. Here we are, and shoot, shoot, and there we are. Oh, the mouse cord was getting in an annoying position. Crash, and where are we going next? Over here. This is something we gotta infuse, or boom. Now that dropped off. Clearly, yeah, we reconstruct this thing. Kore. No, what you doing? Gonna carry that back over. And what do you know? Another block. So gotta find the head somewhere. Clearly. This has gotta be it, right? What's that fissure on the wall? Oh, hello there. Third tractor beam block. This. I feel the impetus. Yeah, and it's even getting this crack effect, so clearly you just hit it with it to Taka charge. Understandable. And here we go. So everything is just keep the window closed during the summer months. Yeah. Boom. I knocked that down. I didn't even see the one up top. And this over there. And now, oh, that whips that up and nothing below. Elevator. Oh, this is presumably where that head is going to be. Where to? Hello? Where are you going? Let's... Huh? Oh, it's taking itself over to the head. Interesting. Either way. This will presumably be our elevator up as many times as we like. Oh, you have to press start, though. And now that that's down, we can't do anything there. Genshin Impact Elevator tier list. So once we activate that secret source idol, I wonder if it's going to attack us like multiple other ones have. Maybe. And this... it's part of one. Interesting. But only part. Okay. And, oh, hello. Yeah! Kind of the secret source constructor. And that's a Pyroculi. There are, how many more? 7 more. Okay. Well then. That, nothing. There we go, and... cool. Now that's free. It has been fully reconstructed. What is this gonna do? Drops that down. Oh. Oh. Secret Source Servant operates the Golden Runes. There's a chest there. What are we gonna get from that? Is it gonna wake back up and try fighting me? Maybe. Let's get up top here first. And let me see. Cool. And the answer is nothing. Okay. That said, we also have these funky looking trees. Would it even be right to call them trees? I don't know. And hello. Let's actually check this out specifically. And punch down. 1, 2, 3. And Keep on moving, and 1, 2, 3. Now, break it. Okay. So it's just some condensance crystals that we got, so let's go over to the dragon. See what's going on there. No leap for me, not this time. You're gonna start moving, or what? I almost expect violence. No, I guess it was just put their Legos together for them. Oh well. No, now we can activate it. And the little guy disappeared. Oh, so this takes you back to the middle. Okay, interesting. So this little divergence and then find Infinitesimal here is, if you don't just teleport back to the middle, I suppose, how you're supposed to get back in the questline. So you can weave in exploration with a world quest without any real trouble. Interesting. Yeah, okay. Oh, and for riding it, we also got another chest. That's cool. If I just teleported back, would it be back? No, I guess it's staying there forever. Because it's not as if the place it takes you is somewhere that's particularly difficult to get to. There was no purpose to it. That, let's see. It's not there now. So is it just gone, or resets when you... Yeah, you can ride it as many times as you like. It resets when you reload the area. Okay. That makes me want to try riding the one over here again. Just to see whether it will sort of take a longer path at any given point, or maybe. Come on. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. I would have got everything in this area. That's not a problem. So if there's anything else, it'd be a little bit around there, but I imagine that is probably done as well. More or less. Which means we get to move down another level into the main body of the volcano. Yeah. It's nothing in here. Yeah, it's a fun one. It's one of the core little objectives, really. One thing about this area is that, again, it's actually kind of small, because the edges and the walls over here are actually hard boundaries that will push you back with an invisible wall as well. Yeah, but there are a number of little objectives that, as part of the reward they give you, is just allowing you to summon and then ride these secret sorts of dragon idols, as they're called, as a form of transport, which is quite fun. Either way, how are you doing? Yeah, I saw that you were trying out another random gacha. That, of course, over there is a Xiuhcoatl nest we were able to access by getting up to the top of the mountain, and the easiest way is to just ride the dragon, but last time I just climbed up it manually, because that's how I do it sometimes. Oh, interesting. So who's their first limited? Mona Lisa hybrid? Spend Iridescent Legacy 1, 3, and 4. I wonder where 2 is going to be. Iridescent Legacy 2. I'm sorry. So now... Oh, it's going back down? Oh, now it follows a path. Because we rode it up to the top of the mountain once. Oh, okay. Okay, come on. Now we're staying on the side of the head. Is it going to plunge into the earth? No, no, no. It's just returning to its original position, so it does a full loop like the other one, but this one does not give a chest. Interesting. It almost makes me feel like they should do some kind of a rerun. Because, for example, the Honkai 3rd has an English translation that can be used on the Chinese server now as well. But there's also a global server that is behind the Chinese server by a couple of years. So that people don't have to worry about, you know, being outpaced, so to speak. Fate Grand Order English came out 2 years after the original Japanese. And multiple times they asked the English player base whether they wanted to sort of hurry things to catch up. The issue is that kind of ruins the pull economy, makes things harder to deal with, because even if they compensate by giving you more events, more just basic currency income, that's also more time you have to invest, and that can cause burnout. They tried to do that with one of the Madoka gashas. That was part of why it did not last long in English at all. Just, they tried to rush things to catch up, and it led to just crazy amounts of burnout. But, oh goodness. Rushing would be a bad idea, but some way to kind of catch up, I don't imagine would be. And is that one gonna wake up? Is that just a secret source configurator? Because it is one, but I don't know whether it ever gets active. Come on, and the other way, you. Oh, we got hit. I do not like that. Come on, and shoot. Shoot, and shoot again. Out of the way, you, and let's let Barca do the last couple ones. And I did not want to do Nightsoul Transmission. For the love of all that is good and holy. And die, please. Really, 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 I hate you. Come on, and die. There we go. So it cannot actually die to that, it seems. The flat damage it takes from getting stuck cannot actually kill. And they show up as physics objects, kind of like the broken down Eon Blight Drake in Xiuhcoatl. But I don't know if it's ever going to wake up. It's probably never going to wake up. It's whenever they put in enemy components, they end up having to show as physics objects, or at least they show them as physics objects. Even ones that don't wake up, it is what it is. Take me back to the good old days where they had a random Asamon show up in gank you when you freed a wheel part from her cell. That was when they weren't afraid to make you suffer. Now they have local legends for that, but even still. So if I were to reload the area... Well, I already got a teleport up when I go back down from underneath, because I'll be running underneath this island. That's our chance to see what's going on. Oh, I can see some of the Secret Source Dragon idols underneath. That's fun. Let's check and see what this is. Yeah, turn-based is always interesting. I was talking before about a game that came out recently called Clair Obscure Expedition 33, which is a French JRPG that notably has sort of Mario and Luigi / Super Mario RPG style timed inputs. One of which is just a Sekiro style parry with counter, which is really fun. One thing I saw some video of the NTE content beta test characters, and something that I saw people saying is that the aesthetic and design of a lot of the characters looked as if they had basically used something like Stable Diffusion to hybridize character designs from other games, and then had actual people draw them. In particular, there was a wolf guy who looked, you know, beyond just the fact that any sort of wolf furry character is going to look somewhat similar to other wolf furry characters, looked a lot like Von Lycaon from ZZZ, but some of that is definitely just, you know, people being haters, but even still. Let me see. Let's check this out. We will also be very close to... We'll get all the teleport waypoints today as well, which is nice. Yeah, and anytime anything comes out, there are going to be people throwing accusations of plagiarism left and right. That's just how things go. But, yeah, wake up, why don't you? Guess you never will. Yeah, but the Secret Source Dragon Mech at the end of this questline is... Well, there are a lot of them, and if you're basically just playing until your first 10 pull, that's what, 30 minutes for each? It's... Okay... Let's take you down, and have Chaska here to break down the shields. That's what we should do. Xiuhcoatl and the swirls will help as well. Come on, come on. And now what we can do is break that down and keep that going for more shots on you. Shoot, and oh, there is a chance we outright die. I don't like that. Come on. And slam. 1, 2. At least you're dead now. Don't have to worry about that. And again, those Mimesis in the forms of Xiuhcoatl warriors are presumably basically the remnants of the Flower Feather Clan exploration team that went in here before, mentioned in one of the quests, which is macabre. Interesting. How did you like Limbus? All I remember, one of the things I know about Limbus is that... Oh, and what's in there? There was somebody on Twitter who maybe as a bit basically said that as part of government cutbacks, he was a CIA agent who was, well, FBI or CIA, something like that, agent who was getting fired, and his entire job was to infiltrate leftist movements on the internet, and he did it by pretending to be pretending to be a non-binary Limbus Company fan, which, to be totally honest, I could see that indicating it as just a bit, but it's still very, very amusing to consider. Okay. Yeah, games with actual... It is very, very hard for me to get into games with a chibi art style. Because even when it's done well, it does feel kind of cheap. It's just not the same. No. Took a lot of you down. We got some good AoE on those Chaska shots. Very, very nice. And again, a bit weaker here. So what did they take? What is in this nest? This is dig. And okay, it's just a normal common chest. I was expecting something with some kind of lore. And I guess it wasn't. This is sad. Okay. Nothing here. And... This way. Yeah. But, you see, the thing about Honkai 3rd is that they have a Raiden, and their Raiden can cook. How did that make you feel? Ah. It is honestly impressive just how long Honkai 3rd has been going on. Well, yeah, the entire joke about Raiden Shogun not being able to cook is wholly a joke to contrast her to the original Raiden, whose entire thing is being able to cook. But of course, given that one game is much more popular than the other, a lot of that ended up kind of lost in translation. Okay, well, that's it. Let's go over here and go down a level. So that part is finished. Boom. Let's go up here. Ride the elevator. Yeah. No, it's, yeah, we can't hop off the signs at all. Yeah, right? Oh. That said, she eats hamburgers, which is probably cannibalism. Quite frankly, it would not surprise me if she ate human meat. Yep, here we are inside the mountain and the dragon's portion of the mountain. This is getting in dangerous territory, but I believe she does use cheese on the mushroom skewers that she makes as her specialty. Yeah, I'm gonna stop you right there. But it, you know, cows drink milk. It's not as if they worry about, it isn't cannibalism, you know, humans drink human milk. Maybe I need to stop, but as I was saying, you know, it's one thing to drink, to consume byproducts. It's another thing to kill and eat members of your own species for their flesh, their meat. So, not that much nearby. Yeah, I need to convince my family that buying more internet, as in better internet for more bandwidth, is a good idea, especially since the three of us who work from home as well. So that would just be nice to have in general. But it is what it is. Well, most cows are omnivorous. They'll graze on grass, but they will eat what's fed them. The entire reason that mad cow disease became a big issue in Britain is that cows were being fed to other cows as a cheap form of feed. And that included, you know, just every part of the body, including the brains. Because you don't get prion diseases unless you're eating prions, which happen often in the brain. Well, yes and no. Cows will eat grass, but they'll eat what's fed to them. Which, again, if you give them meat, they won't refuse it. Okay, I need to move the fan tower and have it feed into the computer. This is bad news. Again, I think this is an internet thing above and beyond just heat. Because there isn't much load at all on the actual computer. It's just a matter of there are 4 people in the house now, and until recently there were only 3. Multiple people are using the internet. It's not pleasant. But as I was saying, come on. I was gonna say maybe I should just solely do things at night. Okay. There we go. Well, this should be better. I've got the fan actively blowing cold air in, so hopefully that makes some difference. Oh, no, we can actually go through here. But not much further. Yep, this edge. Can't go past that. You have mentioned this before? Exercise your own discretion. And esoteric arrays. It doesn't appear like there's actually much past this. Eating vegetables is important. Come on, come on. Go up top. I was brought popcorn by my dear old mother. Okay. Honest to goodness, these days I've been more fond of vegetables than meat for a number of reasons. Go up top, and again, I don't imagine there's going to be anything up here. Now, the main thing is that I actually like fish more than red meat. Which, that is my hot take. That good fish is better than good red meat. Yeah, I guess I need to actively move the fan tower over, and yeah, now you can hear it too. A little bit. It's soothing. Let's just fly along this invisible wall to map out the boundaries of where we can actually go. Interesting. Bacon ball. Maybe you're actually just a cannibalistic pig. Yeah, pigs will eat anything. This makes them a good way to dispose of corpses, actually. I didn't say that. Well, I did, but maybe. She drew me as one, so it may be just some kind of projection. It wouldn't surprise me. And let's keep on going. And here. Let's check up top this way. And I wonder how we get up top here. And climb up some of this. And that pillar down there. Yeah, that's presumably the bottom of the eastern sky island. Interesting. Yeah. It's your fifth top method. The other top 5 are just various ways of you eating it yourself. Right around the edge. Interesting. Let's mark that so we know where we're constrained. We're pretty close to running out of Phlogiston too, because we don't have Xiuhcoatl in the party. Okay. Yeah, the real question that I have is just, to what extent would you be willing to consider cannibalism if you needed to do it to survive? Would you just accept death, or would you just say, okay, I'm eating people? Yeah. All I'm doing is flying around, so you can refresh, and I don't imagine you'll miss much. Okay. But we have decidedly... Well, what if it was someone you hated? And eating them was also an opportunity to just get rid of them. Would you cannibalize an enemy? I can understand not cannibalizing a friend. Okay. Yeah, I have reached the point where really what I need to do is just move somewhere with air conditioning, but that will take many years. But as I was saying, oh, it's reached the point, and it's only early May, where in order to just maintain connection, I need to just have the fan blowing into the computer. As in, you literally have no... You can choose between either starving to death yourself, or you can eat them to survive. It's not a matter of, oh, I'm just gonna get better. I'm just gonna be good. This is a trolley problem situation. All you can do is either push someone. You can either let the trolley run over the person, or you can just flick the lever and have it run over different people. You don't get to cheat. You have to engage with the terms of the question. Okay, but would you eat them? Well, that's what I mean. You don't get to pick a third option. Because it's not really about the situation as much as the underlying philosophical principle. Okay, yeah. So even if it was someone you hate, you would prefer to starve to death yourself than to cannibalize them. Okay. We've established that you've answered the question. Okay. Okay, but would it make a difference if they just tasted really good? Only if you're Prometheus. Last I checked, most people are not Prometheus. I don't know. Yeah, back when I ate meat, I did like organ meats for a number of reasons. And one of them was just the efficiency of it. Because in a sort of sense of, if I'm eating meat, I don't want anything to go to waste. We can't go higher than that. Is that true? I don't think I can really afford to look it up. You are just saying this so you can convince me to let you chain me to a rock and have an eagle peck out my liver. And then I'll die in horrible agony, and you'll laugh. Why would I ever trust you? How would I ever trust you? I'm sorry. We are enemies. Okay. Maybe you just have different experience because you're... Well, presumably you have to have some of it left. You can't be eating the whole liver. It might be able to regrow from a part, but if you took the whole thing away... Huh. Partial. Yeah, damage or loss. Yeah, but you need 10% of the original mass. You have to have some of it remaining. If you eat the whole liver, it's not coming back. You need a baseline. Yeah, no, you're gonna chain me to a rock. You're gonna have an eagle eat my entire liver. And then... Well, the issue is that if you were to actually take out a portion of the organ, the amount you would get from eating that portion of nutrition would be less than it would take to basically grow it back. So it's inefficient. You know, if you're trying to survive when you're starving, as funny as it would be, chopping off your arm and eating it is less efficient than just slowly wasting away Because of all the bleeding, all the regeneration the body would try to do. I am not apologizing. There's a difference between something regrowing from nothing and something regrowing entirely. And again, you're doing this so you can kill and eat me. Thank you for the follow. Honey _ glazed donut. That sounds like a good donut. Well, you see, the thing about Deadpool is that he wears the mask because he's horribly disfigured due to chemicals and experiments. And I would not want to be horribly disfigured by chemicals and experiments. You know? That's just how I think. I take too much pride in myself. I can go on some of those rings by getting up top. Yeah, exactly. Talking about eating livers. Emergency food? I don't... Maybe. Well, the way you made it out to be, you made it out to sound like it could regrow from nothing. Like you could take it out like you take out a kidney. And then it would regrow from nothing. It regrowing from 10% is one thing. A lot of things can regenerate from damage. There is a difference between something regenerating from damage and something regenerating entirely. I'm gonna fight you on this until the day we both die. It's gonna be on the same day because we're gonna kill each other. Okay. So let's see. Because you usually are. When are you not mocking me? I'll hurt you. Okay. Let me see here. Basically, how did this even start? Liver. We were talking about meat, and then we were talking about whether just we would be willing to basically resort to cannibalism in order to save our own lives. And someone brought up that the liver regenerates and that you could just eat the liver. That said, of course, when you know, the reason you don't chop off your arm and eat it or feed it to someone is because the amount it would take any organ to grow back, or at least regenerate damage, is way too much for it to be worth it. You lose so much energy by doing such that it's just not worth it. But if you are actually in a starvation survival situation, the solution is to stay still and just use up as little energy as possible, actively amputating any kind of organ on yourself. You know, if you're chopping off someone else's arm and eating it, you know, that might work. They wouldn't like it very much, though. Wouldn't be good for them. But for your own survival, you do not want to inflict any damage to yourself. That is something I actually looked into a while ago. Yeah, exactly. It's like that Yellow Jackets movie, or the Andean football team. Well, the Chilean football team who crashed in the Andes, if I recall correctly. But yeah. You know, it's one thing if they're already dead. But if you had to actively just kill and eat another person to survive, is that something you would be willing to do? You know, would your disgust get in the way? Would your sense of morals get in the way? Those are the questions I'm trying to ask. Not as any method of passing judgment, but just as an interesting hypothetical. And one thing I was gonna say that I didn't get to... Yeah, me too. One thing I was gonna say that I didn't get into is just... Would it make any difference to you, one way or another, if you knew it was gonna taste good? You know, it's like throwing baby birds out of the nest to see if they can fly, or throwing someone in the deep end of the pool to see if they swim. I don't want to be misleading about the kind of entertainment I provide. Yeah, see? Yeah, seriously, though. You gotta be honest, kinda. But as I was saying, and then maybe that gets a bit too far into cake first territory, but would it make a difference if you knew it was gonna taste good? It's just like, okay, I might have to kill my friend, or, yeah, and what difference would it make if it was someone you hated? It's just, okay. It's one thing I gotta actively kill my friend to survive, and it would be an unpleasant experience, but what if it was your arch enemy, your bully, someone you hated, someone who your boss passed over you for a promotion on, and you knew it was gonna taste good? Would that change the calculus at all? You're trapped in a room with your worst enemy, and, well, people joke about the whole, you eat a black watermelon seed and it ends up growing into a watermelon, but apparently, though it doesn't work with watermelons, apparently someone once ate some kind of, I think a little bit of a tree, and it ended up growing in their lungs, and it had to be removed. It wasn't a watermelon, though. Which, trees are persistent, nasty little things, so that does not surprise me. Yeah, I would not resort to cannibalism. I like to think I have morals, but I would not judge other people for being more cockroach-like, you know? Sometimes you just gotta survive. I've not, thankfully, ever been placed in a true life and death situation. I ate bugs. I don't eat bugs anymore. I ate some roasted grasshoppers once from a Mexican grocery store, and those were tasty too. They were surprisingly fruity tasting, actually. But those are all gone, and I appreciate their sacrifice. I would honestly not again ever engage in such a senseless waste of insect life, but, you know, if something is going to die, either you bury it or you eat it. You have to respect it to some extent. But, as I was saying... Oh. And then one time, my family brought home some apple cider donuts, and they didn't eat them fast enough, so they got covered in ants. So I decided to clean off the donuts by eating the ants off the donuts. And the ants actually ended up tasting kind of like the donut. And I'm not sure whether they just normally tasted like that, because I have not eaten ants otherwise, but... Or if it was just because they were eating the donut, but either way, they tasted a good deal like the donut. And I don't know how I feel about that in retrospect. But it was interesting. That is cool. I don't know what it is specifically, but I seem to be a magnet for Europeans and people from Southeast Asia. I like that. It's interesting. But I'm not sure exactly what about me causes that. I think some of that is probably just a time slot thing. Well, yeah, it's probably a time slot thing because Friday night has a lot of competition, but usually I'm streaming in around noon Eastern time, which is, you know, sort of late night in East Asia as well as, you know, mid-afternoon in Europe, and that also just doesn't have as much competition. You know, that's the niche I found. So now over here, this is buried. And dig that up and... Hello? Matador Manitou. So you're on the lava. Interesting. Let's hit you. Get you down. Get back here, you clown. No, you're stuck in there. Boom. And why did I just randomly hit the other one without trying? I guess. And this is an updraft, and for what reason? Interesting. Yeah, but it's more a matter of, and I mean no harm to anyone one way or another, but it's just, as someone who speaks English, yeah, I will say, I like Varsa, I like Yansan, but I will be the first to admit that it was more than a little scummy. Why are there 5 pieces of corn over there? I like corn. That they really went out of their way to make the Tatankasaurs feel a lot worse than Yansan and Varsa. All of the other Saurian abilities have meaningfully usable substitutes in other characters, but for the Tatankasaur The Tatankasaur is just outright bad and not fun to use. It's weak. It barely manages to use its charge. It's Varus or Bust, to a lesser extent Yansan. It hurts. Well, what do you mean doesn't look American? Really, I think it's just a matter of competition one way or another. Yeah, though to be fair, you're not really supposed to use the Kukasaur or Chaska to actually gain height. That's the point of the Ectomisaur. I mean, don't all anime characters look Asian? But the Kukasaur is still noticeably worse than Chaska. I mean, the Kukasaur is still noticeably worse than Chaska, but it's not as drastic as the difference between Tatankasaurs and Yansan, and especially Varsa. It is a world of difference. And the Kaholasaurs, in a lot of Mualani's Warriors challenges, or the Kaholasaur Warriors challenges, you actually have an easier time using a Kaholasaur than Mualani, because the Kaholasaur's hitbox is much, much bigger. And it makes a pretty significant difference in a number of those. But the Xiuhcoatl's main difference with Kinich is just that it doesn't have a sprint, but most of the challenges you're in midair and it doesn't really matter. Or you're on a moving platform and it also doesn't matter. For the Tapetlasaurs, their jump. This is more relevant to one of the dailies, but the fact that you can stay underground, taking reduced damage and use those shockwaves, they're a lot better at breaking those explosive spikes than Kachina or Mavica or Xilonen. Xilonen dies really easy to those, actually, though part of that is just that a Tapetlasaur has much higher health due to being effectively a vehicle than does any of the characters. Understandable. Thank you for popping in. Feel free to come back anytime and check out the Discord link in the description if you want to stay engaged. Yeah, exactly. No pressure. And a hot spring. And I guess I should set up bot commands. I did not know that was a thing. More people for the army. This is exciting. But yeah, either way, thank you very much. It's been fun to chat a bit, and next time we see you, it'll be fun. Well, kindness to animals is an important sign of a person of strong morals, I would say. And now that we get that corn, what is this? I guess they're just around. Yeah, exactly. That's ethics for you. You keep on going, and how loud is the fan right now? Because I've got it on the second lowest setting, or I guess the third highest setting. I imagine you can hear it a little bit. When I'm playing on the Switch is old and it's overheated a bit. Well, viruses are not living creatures. They actually do not fit most scientific definitions of life, which is interesting. Because I believe the big thing is that they don't have DNA, which is kind of an arbitrary barrier, but still. Okay, good. Yeah, something ASMR. And what is this? Target location within 60 seconds. And oh, there are multiple Tatankasaurs. Oh, ho-ho. Well, I was gonna try to take some of them down, but that does not seem like it would do me much good. And I don't think we need to outrun them, but let's do it anyway. Right. But what I mean is that part of the reason, if I recall correctly, that scientists don't usually define them as living organisms is that they don't have DNA. Fixed torch extremity. Well, it depends on what you mean by ASMR. I think you know what I mean when I say that I wouldn't like to do ASMR. But something like a drama CD-esque roleplay, I would have no problem with, but I think you know what I mean. Let's keep on going. Just a couple things I want to check. Another Tatankasaur, and that secret source servant is just gone. Cannot repeat that. Okay. And we Xiuhcoatl for that shred and the bonus. Get nice and strong here. Mizuki. Genza. And that was a wasted burst. Oh well. Even with all their electro resistance, we can just break right through. What are you doing? Violence. Yeah, when you start your streaming career as a something themed magical girl character. Oh, right, this is how we get up top. Ride that with Xilonen. This was something we did with a little bunny, but that is long done. See that here. Can't go up this waterfall, it's not coagulated. There's one over there, the load distance is surprisingly strict. Let's check this out. And now, got another rock. Good thing I checked this promontory, but to my knowledge, Korean games do tend to be some of the more gratuitous on the market, so to speak. I've heard tell of a few. Not my personal ballpark, but... And another weasel. So this was basically nothing. Almost everything here we already did. So Chamber of Deliberation already basically done. We're 84 though. So logically there should be 7 more Oculite rounds. And 1, 2, 3, and let's get the damage bonus from that going. The overloads will hopefully keep it stunned and prevent it from being too annoying. Do not get in the ground, I pray you. 1, 2, 3, stun lock. Thank goodness. Those things are the devil. Wonder if there are any fishing spots in here. Haven't seen any yet. This is basically the entirety of the lava area. See what's going on. And... Welcome back. How are you doing? There's discourse. Oh, that was nothing. Was that a vent we broke? Oh, we probably broke that during the fight with the Furnace Shell Mountain Weasel. So my question is, are you excited for Skirk? Presumably coming in a couple patches? It's going to be interesting to see how she plays. And apparently, though this is really just mainly extrapolation from how Finale of the Deep Galleries works, she's presumably going to have a unique, sort of non-standard energy mechanic just like Malvika. But the fact that she's coming out with Marjavari... The big thing about Marjavari is that... Girdle of the Sands was deliberately very different from the rest of Sumeru. And Remuria was also deliberately different from the rest of Fontaine. Because Remuria didn't have any... We need him. But it... I have had this discourse before. But it's very interesting seeing people take a look at things like Love in Deep Space being popular and saying what this means clearly is that Hoyo needs to make... They should add more male characters, because clearly there's a market for them. But that, from a pure business perspective, and I say this as someone who really wants Capitano in the game, you can just as easily make the argument that that means that there isn't really a good reason for them to add him. or just lots of dudes in general, because that market share is already captured. And some of it is that the Chinese market and demographic has a lot of fundamentally different demographics and calculations than the Japanese and English ones, which are really the only other two relevant ones. Goodness. Well, that's the thing. And you joke, but there are some people who would unironically say that, and it's that people do say occasionally that a lot of the engagement that a lot of the male fans have with the game is more in terms of buying merch, engaging with fan works, and the characters that come out in the game, what they do in gameplay themselves, is not as important. A lot of assumptions are made there. But I think it's not wrong to say that I think a lot of business owners and game developers make their calculations based off of that assumption. But the big thing is that with Love in Deep Space and, say, Infinitesimal, for example, before that, this game was kind of the only game on the market that had high production values and had any meaningful number of male characters. They were able to capture the market for male people who wanted male characters without any real effort, just by having them. And then real competition came out. It's sort of, why are you going to settle for Diet Coke when you can drink real Coke? Well, I guess some people just actually like Diet Coke, so I guess why would you settle for Diet Men when you can just get men? You know? I don't know enough about it. That's interesting. Part of me wants to check out other games every now and then for just a stream or two, but I find it very, very difficult to quit games once I start them out. I played this game. I made a bet with someone that I'd play this game to my first 10 roll, and then I stuck with it, and they've quit. They quit 2 years ago. I'm still playing. But it would be very dangerous for me to even try out another live service game, because the odds are that I stick with it, and my schedule becomes even more nightmarish. But, okay, this is just about humans refusing to die. This was part 2. Okay. Had yet to abandon our glory. Yeah, exactly. I should try this game. But as I was saying it, why can't I... Oh, it's the venti. It's one of them. We already did all this. The puzzle actually regenerated. To be fair, part of it is just that I am addicted to Doom posting. And because someone made a long effort post some time ago basically saying... One of the things they mentioned was, oh, they did an advertising campaign basically saying that Capitano has a bunch of demand. Why would they make an advertising campaign like that and not add them? Not add him? And more than some people might like. That is all I will say. But as I was saying, effectively, that doesn't show that they think it's that they want to put in Capitano. It doesn't even show that they think putting in Capitano would be good for business if they did. It's not really a matter of individual desire or individual profitability. They thought that putting out an ad that suggested that he might come out for the English market and the English market alone would be good for English business, which is very, very different. It is important to acknowledge that they have different advertising strategies for different reasons, and that basically all of their marketing, well, almost all their profits come from the China market alone. So again, they might find it worthwhile for their English market to make them believe that Capitano will come out eventually, and make them stay in the game because they think he's gonna come out, which is very different than actually adding him to the game. Because they wanted variety, I imagine, so that people who liked one aesthetic might be motivated to try a different one, though to be fair, Natlan isn't really like Star Rail, at least outside of dragon stuff in World Quest that most people don't even do. It's really closer to ZZZ. I would say that Capitano and Varka have a lot of hype. I think one notable thing about sort of male character discourse is that And I don't mean this in a way that insults either party. But male players, it can be a lot harder to sell a male character than a female character. Because a lot of the fan base, mostly the male fan base, but including some of the female, I hope he looks like Gallagher. Some of it is just Chinese beauty standards specifically. And frankly, you know, Chinese beauty standards that Chinese women have for Chinese men, that being that facial hair is not considered attractive in most contexts, and mostly they think it makes you look like a criminal. But I think it would be nice to get someone who looked a little bit different. Yeah, exactly. I honestly considered picking up, trying HSR out just for Gallagher, because it can be hard to make facial hair look good on a model. But I've thought at times maybe, you know, maybe it would be nice to just get a variant. Maybe when I just actually get older in a few years, you know. Older man version of me. But, you know, in real life, I'm not this clean-shaven. That gets difficult to maintain. I would have to be shaving every day, maybe multiple times a day to make that possible, and I am a busier man than that. But, as I was saying, a lot of the things that a lot of people find baffling about the game really can be explained by just... It's the dynamics of the Chinese market, what they like and what they expect. And what they like and expect is very, very different than what the English market likes. But as I was saying, generally to sell a male character, at least people say, and to be fair, they've never really tried, you know, sending out a male character in this game who doesn't really have a lot of build-up or lore or hype, in the way that they'll send out, you know, Emily, Escoffier, to a lesser extent Xiuhcoatl, because at least Xiuhcoatl appeared in the movie event. And she had a really good showing there. But Emily was a nobody, even though she got some mention. Escoffier is even more of a nobody. But again, it's... What people essentially say is that people, especially the male fan base, and even some of the female fan base, will roll for the girls they put out, even though they're literally just a pretty face, for a number of reasons. But to get people to get hyped up for a guy in this game, he's got to have some lore, some hype, some build-up, some appearances beforehand so people can like him, can have some expectations. And again, they've never tried putting out just a random cute dude in the same way that they've done with their female characters. So they aren't really any real test cases. But I think just... Though again, there were some assumptions made, there was a lot of cynicism as well, there is almost certainly some truth for that. They do things the way they do them for a reason, and that's that they've got some level of business acumen. I hope. Though, to be fair, I think... An argument some people have made, which I am sympathetic to, he's a cool character. I have not played HSR. I don't have the time for HSR. I thought about picking up for the Fate collab for Saber and Amiya. I haven't seen his intro yet, but it's true that Archer's going to be the first male Quantum, right? Which is honestly really, really funny to me, considering that I like him. I'm always going to be sympathetic to a male design with angel motifs, but you knew that already. But as I was saying... Oh, and over there, let's run over and get that chest. There we go. And luckily, do not die, Varusa. And he got on the train too, right? He joined the Astral Express. I pay attention to some plot developments mainly because usually people talking about this game will talk about the other games in passing. At least in passing, but... He is a cool design. And if I recall correctly, since he had a totally summon-based kit, he also made Jingyuan good as well, right? Yes. It is interesting that... Partially because HSR is a turn-based game, they do have a lot more ability to, directly tune characters to, if they like, avoid power creep, or at least create different kinds of power creep. I like Toma. I have a pretty well-built Virgin Toma. He hasn't come out to play in a while, but he has gotten some very nice use. But 855 elemental mastery, baby. But I like his shoulder guard. I like Aito's shoulder guard. A lot of the characters I'm missing are mostly Inazuma characters, so I'm probably gonna be rolling a bit on Chronicle. But what I'll say is, I understand a lot of it is almost certainly just modeling issues, especially with clipping. But it is a real... I was just about to say your Discord profile picture is Toma. You mean doing something uncomfortable to Toma. But, as I was saying, that we don't have any characters who are in full armor. And Capitano would, among other things, be one step closer. Which would be very nice. Yeah, since they're adding Archer, HSR is also finally getting a man who can cook. Well, really, every character in this game can cook except for Raiden and Amber. And I suppose Bennett, but that's really just a luck thing. Let's put in Chaska here, so we can set off those barrels. The real question about Capitano is if and when they made him playable. Whether he would be masked or unmasked. Really, what they should do is just give him a simple costume that lets you choose, but... Like I've said, exactly. All the people in Italy who you despise and find as enemies should just move somewhere in Southeast Asia. Where no one will... You'll be tall enough that no one will dare mess with you. And also... I would like to think so, but one, like I said, there is an argument that it's some degree of cynicism in that the goal is not to put him out eventually, but make people think he's coming back so they stay invested in the game longer, and then they just never bring him back and put out just one male 5-star a year. But one thing I will say is that... Wait, why is it locked? Is it just that over there? One of the reasons that they've decreased the male releases is almost certainly, again, the popularity of Love and Deep Space and Infinity Nikki, but maybe in a slightly different way than you might expect. Maybe not necessarily giving up, but the main thing is that Hoyo invested pretty significantly in paper games about a year ago. And in an interesting kind of way. They did what's called a stock mortgage, which is basically they gave a loan, and if they don't get that loan back in a certain amount of time, Hoyo gets to own a certain amount of paper games without paying anything extra. Which means that they're actively motivated to have paper games succeed. So I think there's a very strong argument that Natlan was kind of a filler arc with just girls to kind of try to drive away the player base who wanted more male characters and encourage them to try paper games. But the question is, and I think there's an argument that they might be changing course given that Varka is basically going to be our intro character for Note Grind. I hope. We'll see what happens though. They did explicitly state that in the live stream that he would be our introduction to Note Cry, and there was one stuck in the rock. That's funny. Did they just die already? That is another Oculus. Maybe they got hit by meteors? I don't know. Yeah. There's a very strong argument that it's pretty short. The gist of it is basically just they acknowledge that sticking to a hard and fast model of world quests, story quests, hangouts, Archon quests led to a lot of people missing a lot of important lore and interactions. But again, a lot of that is Chinese beauty standards. And one of the reasons games like HSR can afford to be a bit more experimental is that, since they're turn-based, a lot less, frankly, goes into making a character. They don't have to worry about animations and collisions, frame data for attacks, because it's all entirely turn-based. It's just, you make the animations and you tune the numbers. And the fact that this game is real-time gives it, just immediately on its face, another balancing dimension, which is why the game doesn't, frankly, crap out characters at the pace of any turn-based equivalent. And I don't mean that to insult those games, but it's fundamentally just a different calculation. But HSR does look cool, but I fundamentally do just prefer action-based games. And that is, in addition to scheduling, the reason I don't play it. Well, it's a different kind of brain power. And if I'm too tired, this game does not become the easiest thing in the world either, but also, to be totally honest, the fact that HSR is entirely turn-based allows you to arguably brute force things a lot more, because you can just invest more either in time or money, get bigger numbers, and let that carry you. Yeah, good thing I'm usually tired. Yeah, that's my secret, Captain. I'm always tired. But, as I was saying... You get more kinds of characters in turn-based games, because they can put out more characters. It takes less time and effort to make a character. Every character they put in this game has to sell. They can't and don't take as many risks as such. Especially since... That's fair. Though, Nuviet is kind of a unique case in a number of ways. Just in terms of his ease of use, which... I do find it interesting how, when they put out Arla, when they put out... Who was it recently? Well, Shan Yun as well, kinda. When characters have flexible team comps, they increasingly explicitly tout that as a strength of the character. In particular, they claimed it as an advantage of Arlecchino, given that they reran her shortly after Mavica came out and single-handedly increased the DPS ceiling of the game. And as a result, you know, they had to say, okay, she's weaker, quote-unquote, but also you don't have to worry about, okay, Mavica has one team, Citlali, Xiuhcoatl, and Bennett, maybe two if you count the very copium Fiorina, Xiuhcoatl, Bennett variant, and otherwise you are going to suffer. But even then, it doesn't entirely compensate. Let me just see over here. I did hear that apparently they are entirely revamping Jinglu's kit into HSR as one of the characters who has been very disadvantaged as time has gone on and become one of the weaker characters. To make her an HP scaler, which is amusing to me. But one of the reasons that I think it will be a very long time until they actually make a direct adjustment to a character kit in this game, because they only ever did that with Shangli. That was a very unique case for reasons of, well, Chinese patriotism. But the fact that you can move around, dodge, there is a lot of player physical skill in a way that there isn't and can't really be in HSR, means that those buffs aren't really as necessary. There are a lot more universal mechanics, because, for example, you pair any character with Bennett and Shan Yun, that character can be a competent, well, as long as they're not Boa Catalyst, competent Vaporizer or Melt Plunge user. Because every character has a plunge attack that they can use. It's a universal mechanic. And to a lesser extent, they could probably figure out something like that for charge attacks, although they're not as specific or special, so honestly, probably not. But the buffs are less necessary. What I really want them to do is with Node Cry. I want them to add parries and perfect dodging just as universal mechanics. Or at least as the regional gimmick. Because, and what's happening now? This. And, oh, interesting. Are those gonna blow up? Yep. Let's just get away from that. Another chest showed up where? Oh, just on there. All we had to do was leave. Are we gonna get more now, or... I think that was it. Yeah, that was it. Got 2 extra chests for running away in time. Yang. But as I was saying... They reintroduced the parry gimmick that they used for... Iridori Festival's minigame, for the Ayaka outfit, parry event, and for... They brought it back for Mikawa for the 2 storyline boss fights, which were simple enough. Yeah, of course. Are you on American server? If you're not, you can just send it in the Discord. Also... Oh, okay, so... I don't think I'd be able to check it via UID, but... You can send it in the Discord. We would not be angry about that. Though you might end up starting me on a rant about team building and team comps, so just keep that in mind. That is down there and... Oh, interesting. Yeah. I would be remiss to forbid people from doing that when I do it myself. So the top over here. What really bothers me, maybe more than it should, is that it is explicitly stated in lore that this area was where the Chainbreaker, which is the Natlan craftable, very good for Chaska, was created. We got a free Ring of Yoxche, free Earthshaker, free Footprint in the Rainbow, the craftable Catalyst, Claymore, and Spear respectively for just basically a web event before Natlan came out. And, oh, there's something up there. We also got... Let's check over here then. Oh, no map pins left. Yay. A free Fluid of Etzpitzal from Oshka Natlan, which frankly does not make all that much sense. But we don't get a free Chainbreaker from here. Yeah. And beyond just the fact that free weapons are always nice, especially ones that are pretty useful, it would have made a lot of sense. I would say the Genshin channel... Make sure to check, if you haven't already, the role selects, just to see what other channels you might like to partake in. Oh, touch and nest experiment log. The region's so-called test subject, which appears to be no more than an ordinary human child, has arrived. That would be Oshkan. Thrown in with the bishops, it will likely be seen as nothing but food. Subject exhibits strength and regenerative capabilities far beyond those of the average adult human male, and has even shown itself capable of snatching food from the bishops. Notably, after feeding itself, the subject always shares the remaining food with the other bishops. Such altruism far exceeds that observed in similar experiments on humans. Report has been sent to the Regent. In accordance with standard protocol, a neutralization injection was administered to the surplus entity deemed unfit for dragonhood. The subject displayed a fear absent in bishops, and an empathy towards fallen enemies unseen in humans. Though the subject was briefly incapacitated, all physiological indicators remained within safe parameters. No medical intervention was required. A report has been sent to the Regent. Oh, okay, so the dragons were all actively ascended bishops. The subject has escaped the nest in accordance with standard protocol. Something has been dispatched to pursue and neutralize it. By order of the Regent, the hunt protocol has been rescinded on the grounds of having personally neutralized the subject. Record concluded. So this is about Oshkan, so... Oshkan never became a dragon, because... he kinda did, but... not really of his own will or accord, because he was actively... neutralized. One of those statues? Okay. Interesting and rather unpleasant. I was gonna say human experimentation, but he's, well, a dragon. And there's our Pyroculi. Fun. Go down there. Nice. I will take a look in a minute or two. We find a good point too. Yeah, sure, right now. I'll eat some of the popcorn too. Let me just check the disc. That is... See... Oh, yeah, R1 with C3. Oh my goodness, and triple crowned and a... Well, a lot of that crit rate is from the weapon, but wow. Yeah, that... Yeah, no energy recharge needed, right? Because you've got the flat energy recharge on Tome. I don't really look a lot at Akasha. Well, that's an interesting username. Is the glow in the 5-star weapon indicate when they're using their signature? Or either way, that's impressive. Wow. I'm a little afraid. So there's a secret source of dragon idol down there. Let me see. Some birds and a mountain weasel. I hate you. Stupid, wretched things. Put Xiuhcoatl back in. Avarso will plunge down and break that, and Mabika's got the burst up. Use that for the damage buff, and you can also use her for a bit, Xiuhcoatl for a bit of healing. Good idea with B, and boom. Come on. Yes, but 1, you can also plunge the brick away. And 2, I am deliberately trying to use Natlan characters as much as possible, and to engage with the exploration gimmicks, and to be entirely honest, you can't really use freeze all that well with any Natlan characters. All of them are intended to basically... That's why there's only one Pyro character, excluding Pyro Trav, which, because they're all supposed to basically use their reaction with Pyro. Yeah. She is fun. I like the fact that they gave her at least rudimentary combo mechanics. This, as you can probably guess, is the golden troop set that I'm leveling for Escoffier. For a Scoofy. Come on. I don't need to use those juices because I am gonna try to roll for Ayaka next patch. Hopefully, because Escoffier exists, well, in part eventually to make Skirk strong, but right now, she's making Ayaka meta again, and Rio, and Rithesli. Depending on when Chronicle Banner is, because I still don't know. I'm not sure if anyone knows yet. I will probably try to use either Rithesli or Ayaka. I might even do 2 runs for Abyss, to see just how good they get with Escoffier. That said, the thing about the team you'd be using with Ayaka and Escoffier is that it doesn't have any grouping. And Ayaka's whole deal, of course, is just group up the enemy, preferably with Seikaza, and then just unleash your burst like the blades of a blender. But if you can't get the enemies all in one place, that becomes a much tougher proposition. So she would be more suited towards, I guess, manually grouping enemies via just manipulating their AI and positioning, and or using them on single enemy situations, though in that case the chances of not being able to use freeze become unpleasantly high. But in the end, 20% crit rate miss from not being able to freeze with Wizard Strayer is a lot, but it also kind of isn't. It's not the end of the world. It's livable. And 5 more Pyroculi somewhere around. We'll see how that goes. And now that... I wonder if there's anything up top here. It does not seem like it. Oh well. That stops me, or... No, it doesn't. Could've. Let's poke around a little bit more, and... a little bit over by chamber, there's this grassy area. Yeah, really it's a pseudo-star pedestal left, and a little bit around here, and then I can just ride up these walls to see if there's anything, because there probably isn't, though. 5 more measly Pyroculi somewhere. See how that goes. Oh well. Now... Another secret source mechanism. Next patch, it's going to become possible to... How did you see me? What? Guess we can, yeah, wait for it to not see us anymore and then put in Xiuhcoatl again. Xiuhcoatl again. Okay. And let me see. This is... No, maybe... In the summer months, as long as I can manage, it's probably going to be better for me to actually... Maybe go back to starting weekend streams at 11 again? I don't know. It would be better for the C audience. And, oh, we got another one woken up now that we've broken that one down. So now we can put in Chaska to break that shield. Okay. Good thing you didn't notice my existence. And here we are. That... I'm not sure whether that chest is accessible at the moment. Come on, keep scanning. Target, and there we go. Nice. And put that back down, and... Is this openable right now? It is, wow. Storage 101. What about 102? Okay, so it spawned a separate chest. Scrap secret source mechanisms. And I'm stuck. This is silly. Or we can just transmission our way away. Next one is over there. That's probably a Matador Monitor, I would expect. I'm gonna get this. I need to go and actually craft... Oh. Not one furniture and set the teapot up. One of these days. And let's keep on going. Just like this. Sore. Up top. Not there yet. That's the overland route. Not going there yet. Oh, hello, Queerly. Probably need to ram it across here. It's probably going to get down to the next level. We just got to make that jump with Varisa. Hello. Yep, what do you know? Oh, actually, it uses that as a ramp, but now it's back here. Cool. And where are you going to... At least we got a ramp back. Cool. I'll ramp. And where are you going to stop? Right there. Boom. Cool. I like the Matador Monitors. I hope we get a fun exploration gimmick with Marjavari. But, given that, and again, we don't know the entirety of Skirk's kit yet, the fact that no kind of exploration anything is mentioned in what we've seen so far does not give me hope. We'll see. It's a flame granite. Let's put in Kimchi. And behind cover. Boom. Any more? Oh. Let's hit both of you together. Avoid that, and more are coming. Come on. That's all. And now we can break that, right? Or, what are you doing? Repairing another secret source dragon? Oh, you gotta put that back together, I bet. Okay. Let's grapple on over. There's even an Oculus here. Assemble that. Secret source. Secret source. So, what? No, you're running that up like a staircase. So where's that gonna take me? Oh, there's one down there. Probably gotta figure out something with that too. Oh well. Oh well. Now. Get on top of this. Open the chest in 45 seconds. Oh! And, excuse me. Maybe we just gotta run out and Hello? Where's the rest coming from? Weird. Wait, where did it go? That's the weird question. Okay, so we got on that and it takes us back around. It's just avoid the blocks. So basically we want to run around. Okay. Okay. This is interesting. Do we have time left? Probably not. Yeah. Oops! Thanks for dropping me. And it automatically starts when we get on this block. Stay away. And the one that doesn't have the explosive barrel. Use. Oh, you can actually just get right on top of it, and I think it'll move away from the other barrels immediately. And it's this one over here. Yep, stay away from me. Cool. Is there going to be one more? Oh, baby. Okay, cool. And those are still here. If I wanted to set these off, and I do, best way would be Nightsoul transmission to Chaska. Well, we can't actually hit that from a distance. They're not targetable. Just have to blow them up like that. But why did that not take them there? Thought that would have turned one of those into another component for the secret source Dragon Idol. Maybe. It's funny when you drop down a little when you walk over, it briefly gives you the in the phlogiston graphical effect. It doesn't damage you. Thank goodness. Here we are. And now... So now, presumably, we can ride it. So that didn't make a difference, but... Oh well, activate. Where are you going? Go for a ride. Oh, probably takes you through that Pyroculus, but we had another way to get that, so not my problem. Yeah, because there are no Kukasaurs around, so wouldn't really be another good way. Just takes you around to Ruined Armament Workshop. Or where else? Is this gonna break through anything, or... Curious. Okay. So this is probably why those lava balls are there. Something to avoid, though it's really just staying on the left or right side. Well, they're not even hitting it. Gonna break through a wall or what? Because I don't imagine it would have been just to get to Pseudo-Star Pedestal. Right? Right? Okay. Well... Okay. And... So let's just ride the dragon and get a chest like the one at the top layer. Okay. It's kind of cool. And I imagine just like the one on the top layer, it will reset its position when we get close enough, or reset the area. Fair enough. Is that in that little lava passage there too? Yeah, it's gone. And talking to you doesn't reset its position. The point that that one might not actually reset though, maybe. And let me see. All right, and just go up here. Okay. Don't want to actively ascend because it costs way too much. And this over there. Oh, hello. Can I... That was the one up top. This links back to the Xiuhcoatl cell. Not like that. Okay. Yeah. It's back down in there. We've already been here. Okay. So let's keep moving through. Fun little spot, actually. This chamber deliberation. Of course, everything here was gone. These were, and I've read these already, the basically Xiuhcoatl creation records. Beloved Son. Flame Surya Kukulkan. The Dragon's Share. Over here, yeah. Oh, there's also this spot. Multiple ways for you to link back. Okay. Need more popcorn first. The bag was opened weirdly. Okay.
Abyssの声に身を委ねていたなら、私はとっくに私ではなくなっていただろう。
Right.
本能に抗うことは
Oh,
生き
goodness.
残るよりも
Yeah,
難
and
しい。
it,
風が立つぞ。
it's buttery, which is tasty, but also gets your handle greasy. Oh well. So we can head down here and keep moving. And the side pathway is not a normal way to get through, and another one I use, guys. Hello. Let me see what happens if I run on top. First, we gotta get on top. And where, if anywhere, is this gonna be? Oh, and no, 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 no. Come on. Have to get on top and scale it. Holy Shadow of the Colossus, and then we just pull the lever to stop it, change its path. Aha! Fun. This feels like dragons from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, and I imagine there were at least some inspiration there. That unlocked that. So it doesn't seem the path has changed, actually. This is just a matter of grabbing that. Okay. Reasonable. And now we're at only 3 more oculi. Let's trace that path. Those... Cannon over there, that's not quite pulverite. Pseudostar pedestal over here, I haven't touched. It's brand new to me. Poked my head in, but I didn't do anything there. Yep, so it just keeps moving through here. This... Oh, what? If we pull it again... Anything happen? Or... No, you're just going in a different direction now. Let's change the dragon statue's pathway. And those are also giant pulverites, are they not? Yep, it is breaking them. Not all of them, though. When we emerge here, what will we find? Riding all the way to that pedestal. It's another teleport waypoint. Tenebrous Memophore Summit Abomination, but I'm not there yet. Wait to see where you go. Okay. Gonna stop? You gonna start shooting, or what? Yep, it's just... spawns a chest. It'd be funny if they could steal it. Those birds. It's good that they can't, though. It'd be funny, not pleasant. So then, going back over here. Let me see. And... Yep. Just a couple more. One just sitting right here. These ones are not physics objects. Poor little dudes, they just fell down. And... So that one all the way over there. Oh, it's actually a challenge, not a monitor mount. And we check this out, and... Okay, it doesn't come back. What if I, again, reloaded the area? That often makes a difference. If we're gonna teleport out anyway, I may as well deal with a statue. Oh. Marjavari has... presumably the origin of the Lost Tribe, which is mentioned in Madoka's Claymore description, and once offhandedly in a flashback from the Volcano World quest. It does not have... Oh. Let me see. A Saurian that we know of. It's probably from Marjavari because we've seen all the other tribal areas now. And that comes back. Let's see if the dragon here comes back. It's cool. Abyssal rocks. They're neutralized versions, and yep, it... Is the lever gone? Oh wow, the lever is just gone. Funny. Okay, after the first time, it doesn't go up through anymore. Interesting. My question is... And we can actually find some Kaholosaurs down here. That's exciting. There'd be anything if we stuck around this little lava river. Probably not. Okay. I like the glow that they get when they're in Phlogiston. And there we are. Baby is weaker. As expected. After all, it is a baby. And even still, we inflicted violence upon its person. Sad, really. And we let go too early. Oh well. Come on. Cool. Very, very nice. And come on. Over here. Around this way. And let me see. I was gonna say, it might stop me. It might invisible wall me, and that's where it invisible walls me. Okay. Let me just check the rest of this pathway. Hi, hi. What about bye-bye? Ever thought about that? And now... it lets out into nothingness. Wow. Okay. It failed to rescue me. Now we're actually voiding out. No, we aren't. No, we are, yeah. So we got on the level where it shows Heart of the Sacred Mountain, but... oops. Specialized environments. That's one way to describe it. Oh, and it spawns us in Heart of the Sacred Mountain because we were on that map layer, effectively. That's funny. Not that I need to go back, except for this viewpoint. Hey, a hollow in the heart. And... Heart of the Sacred Dragon, hidden deep within its depths, and a hole in the Great Dragon itself. Xiuhcoatl, then? Chosen of dragons, return the shadow in the eye, and call forth the sacred flame to cleanse the world. A shadow. Shadow in the eye. Maybe that means a black hole? I would say the two halves of the Golden Treaty. But given that the Golden Treaties are needed to activate Xiuhcoatl, maybe the two black holes slash stars are basically just the parts of the Golden Intrigue. I could see that. Yeah, the Golden Intrigue was the basis of visions, etc., and visions are also basically stars. I could see that. Ha! I can't do it. Ha! Okay, that's the right pitch. Why did I do that? Okay. Let me see. That there ends. This requires Tatankasaur or Kinich. But again, I wonder what the exploration mechanics will be like for Marjavari if we presumably aren't getting a new Saurian. Because Remuria did use some of the previous xenochromatic aberrant abilities, but that's, you know, different. It's a little different. So now, grab and pull, what's this gonna be? Defeat all opponents within 60 seconds using barrels. Barrels. Okay. And shoot. And they keep on coming. Nice. Oh, alright. Go ahead, respawn. Thank you. I did not want to do that. Thank you. And go ahead. We're just running around, picking these up. Cool. Thank you. Shoot. And that takes multiple, because of course it does. Let's not get killed, and that's the last one. Exciting. Cool. It's always fun when you get to do a whole shooting gallery type of thing with flame granites, and it's on the side. Interesting. Well, that brings us here. Okay. You know, this wouldn't be too bad of a way of fighting them. Well, maybe it is. And go ahead. What? What? Huh? It kept me completely helpless. That was stupid. Come on. Let me get back up top there. And I guess we gotta revive him. Oh well. And that... Oh, it only dropped basic things that time. Okay, well, alright. Okay. Let's just cream a mushroom soup. Gotta wait for that to come back. And get a top there and nothing. Okay. A bit more over here. Yeah, we gotta should heal him a bit and then check out the pedestal. Then it's just the chamber. Didn't have to do that much. And even the minor base HP restoration is fine because he's not exactly the world's most durable character. Not a lot of HP. Though, of course, there are high HP characters who aren't durable, and durable characters who don't really have high HP. And given how healing works, I guess if you're going to use them with Furina, you might not actually want high HP. What is happening here? Why is it... Give me the opportunity to use a Xiuhcoatl here. There's nothing to grapple, I think. Well, let's go ahead and break these pulverites. No point to it, but let's do it. Come on. And gotta do is get on top. And then transmit to Varasa to break them. Oh, look. Okay. Of course, they aren't climbable. That didn't connect. Boom. And... 1, 2, 3. Cool. Much point to that? Of course not. It's just one more over... Actually, a couple more. Either way. This cannon would be a lot prettier without these ugly rocks. And... Come on. Here we are, another one, and 2. 1, 2. Do a flying leap from here. Cool. Go up. Nice. Now, instead of the abyss, corroded rock, and the pulverites, you've got this flame corroded rock. This is definitely not the right word. It's not corroded anymore. Here we go, the pseudostar pedestal. Let's see. Thing over this way, and this is where it'd start walling me, so no. Or is it? Let me see. Yep, that's where it ends. Oops. Break all these, and I believe there's another dragon to assemble. Believe as much. Let's go back here, actually. Okay. That goes down to the heart, and again, no real point to that now. And terminated that too early. I'm stupid. There we got more chests, and over here we got... Originally we like to see Xiuhcoatl sacrificing their own, but that only happens once, and reloading the area doesn't repeat it even if you don't fight the enemies, because originally that Pyro Abyss Mage over in the distance sacrificed that a Midotrol and 2 normal Xiuhcoatls to summon that Tanimburst Mimifor out of one of the beastly rifts that normally Rift Hounds come out of, which was interesting. Well, either way, let's let Shaska take down the Mimifor's shield before any of that rest of that garbage happens. Then we can do more stuff. Thank you. And what do you know? Your shield broke down due to stupidity. Okay. 3, 1, 2, 3, and crush you before you can do anything else, and slam, die. There we go. Done. Ah. And also, I was not watching, but in the meantime, while I was fighting, that broke down. So you got for using Varsa, I suppose. Now we just want to hit you, and we got that. But the goop is not yet gone. How sad. And that got that with a flying leap. If we get up top. More of that mud. Pseudostar pedestal. or just this area. Then here, not much left, and then plaza, this little ridge, the chamber, and let's actually go along the ridge first. I just wanted to take down those human sacrifice, well, Xiuhcoatl sacrifice dudes first. Avenge the fallen Xiuhcoatl and all. Take him before his time. And over there. That actually leads to this. It's its own separate segment. But either way, this is a totally distinct portion. The quest never takes you here. But, yeah, and unlike the eastern island on the upper level, it's not something you'd think of as a way to get to... Oh, hi. That's one thing. So that was its thorn poking out the top. As a way to wrap up to the beginning, because once you take this all down... Well, maybe if you don't do Chamber of Deliberation first, but either way, the way to Heart of the Sacred Mountain is just through here. Around this hole. So you don't need to ever go through Pseudo Star Pedestal or loop back anywhere. Okay, come on. Touch. Secret Source Dragonautal Workshop Engraving. I am the creator, the shaper, the forger of all names, the begetter of soil, gold, and shall bring ruin upon the arch-enemies of the sacred city of Tolan. So name engraving began with dragons. There's bodies bowed, their legs swell with pus, their throats be choked, and chests be crushed. When them collapse by the wayside, their faces stained a deep yellow. Shall not be trampled by the usurper of the sky, nor consumed by black tides of the earth abyss, as long as my craft endures. So too shall Tolan's glory, and with it the radiance of the primal flame. Okay. And now we can break some of these. Basically, we gotta set this thing free. Take it out of the ground, and okay, well. Some of it. And now is it gonna... Now it picks up that part. Cool. It's got to unearth it all. That's one. So reconstructing these dragons is a big part of this. That's one broken down. Cannon component and hello! Not my favorite. Get over here. We can use Mualani for this. Come on, and... Right. Right. And let's finish it off with a missile. Cool. Nice. Okay. What can we do here now? I guess that might have been a dud. They were trying to fool us. Now this one is a defective broken component. Oh, now it's going over there to pick up a block that still works. Presumably it wouldn't have been able to if we hadn't killed the avatar. Okay, cool. Gonna make that happen. Bring all the blocks back. It's a chest now. Cool. And a few more. Oh, we got a cannon. Okay. Boom. Before that happens. Did that produce or stop anything? No, that's okay. And, oh well. And there's the head. One is sunken, one works, and time to take down these Rift Hounds. Let's just shots get up. There are multiple and we can get reactions going. Oh, but since you're teleporting away... Okay, whatever. And now, you can take that back. Going from that abyssal pink combination of the orange and the purple to a... Oh, great. Come on. If we had broken those while they were still in the ground, we'd have been okay. That all? There's one up there. How am I supposed to get that? Weird. Oh, the... Stars breaking the down. Tentacles remember for rampant metamorph. Oh, Tatankasaur! That's fun. And of course, they got weaker Abyss Wards because they're just Saurians instead of full enemies. Okay, cool. And 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and kill you. There we are. And now it should be complete. I think. And got a chest for completing it and a chest for that component. No achievement yet. Longer wings than the others, because this one is basically brand new. Start and roller coaster ride. Yep, that one is not a physics object. It never gets used. Ride me up to the sun. Why not the daughter, I ask? I know this is, it says 100. It's clearly not, but we need 2 more, and there's one of them. So I guess this just runs up to the Oculus, which would be a really annoying one to get to otherwise, even with Chaska and Navika transmission spam. Okay. It's not gonna stop, I think it's just gonna keep on its route. Okay. Where you going? The other one came to that little promontory. But then it went back to its original position, and you can't make it come back here since. So then... Oh, it stops, I think. No, it doesn't stop, it just continues on its route, but... We are, in a way, reawakening this dead city, at least its robots. But it is interesting, and I didn't really think about that, because, yeah, you know, Kukulkan wants to send the little buddy into the form of a true dragon, but I didn't think about any idea of needing to do the same to create all the others. I thought they were just always that way, and maybe some of them might have been, but the fact that they had to be actively ascended through inhumane, well, is that even the right word when they're not humans? Through unethical experiments does lend just an interesting gloss on that as well. Well, let's go down here. Another portion over there, and... Yep, they give you a Kukasaur to get across here. But not my problem. We can just do it normally. So one more Oculus somewhere. Presumably around here. And the final teleport waypoint. That's nice. Now let's go through the chamber, or Collective of Plenty, and then... That'll be all the day. And Iktomisaur is here. Interesting. Why? Sacred Mountain Guy, that's done. What we gotta do is find the secret space. Unlock all teleport waypoints in the following areas and Natlan, ancient Sacred Mountain and Autocpon. Fun. And... just like this. Poor squirrels. Cool. I don't imagine they would have gone anywhere in terms of treasure, though, so it is what it is. Break, and... we just gotta take the treasure down, which means presumably putting it on the second block so they match, and then both of them unlock, I imagine. Hey, 2 chests. So, well, Chotto nani? And now... put it there, and coming above, and it is all holographic, and even got the little sigil pattern on it at 3 power particles within 40 seconds. There's more! Oh, and it's just like that challenge by Masters of the Nightwind. That's funny. Spin out more and more, and... yep, if you can jump, you should jump. Got more. Can use an updraft too, but we also just got her impressive jumping abilities, and of course it's up top too. Wonder how more particles it would have made, or if you had to actually collect them all. That was fun. I hear Xiuhcoatl's up above. Yeah, random unexpected challenge. That's always cool. And now, guess we can get across. This is... Oh. Well, jumping works. That's sad. I'm running out of phlogiston. Hello. And that looks like maybe it should be breakable. Maybe. Well, there's a chest for that. A lot of these just get on a platform, get on a secret source block, and boom! Look, it's treasure. Are you happy? Yeah, actually I am. So, another one of you. Switch back to get Shaska in. Nobody else has multi-hit Night Soul. Well, Satoi's shield does, but it's silly. Sit silly. Sit silly. Sicily. Wow. There we go, and thanks. Hit. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Should be able to do something. Where are you going? Where are you going now? Huh? Something gonna come up from below, or what? Is one of them broken? No. Now that brought them up, or... Just get all these chests. Guess it's interesting to make 3 common chests instead of more larger ones, but... Executive privilege, as I say. Okay. No. Any of these breakable? No. It's not breakable, it's just actually active. Okay. Go back across then, and... I can't get up top like that easily now. We spent that opportunity. Okay. Now let's put someone else in. Could put in... Let's put in Xiuhcoatl, because we will be fighting one of those cut-off weasels here. That is what I remember from the tiny trip I took over last time. Yep. Like one of those big bullies in Mario 64. Hi! Trixie Furnace Shell Mountain Weasel, why are we Wolverine's big bro? Wolverine? And 1, 2, 3, and got that ready already, because we used a bit more, and I did not want to do that and die. Come on, oh my goodness. Oh, another one showed up. Stealthy Furnace Shell Mountain Weasel. Okay, come on, please, please. 2, 3, and 2. Well, not if we get hit, I guess. Come on. 2, and 1. 2, that's one of them down. And come on. Just die already. 2 weasels in a trench coat, or was it 3? I don't really like getting ambushed in the middle of the fight. Well, someone could heal. Could have done that before. Should have done that before. Oh, and that makes an updraft. That. Defeat the 3-2 Furnace Shell Mountain Weasel brothers. Oh, and the chest had more weasel shells, which implies, I suppose, that one of them died and was put in that chest, possibly. That is a bit macabre. Maybe deserved. I hate those things. And now, you know what? I see a place to grapple. Let's let you get a bit of attention. Oreni makasete. That over there leads the way back. Okay. And... well, I could have just climbed anyway, but... Geosametral. I almost forgot you existed. Oh, and that... moved that out of the way, because we pushed it. Right. The braking spot's on that side. Let's burn you. 1, 2, 3. And up. Come on. And burn, burn, burn. Shoot. There we are. Any more? No, that seems to be done. Okay. Got the Fogissen back. Nothing really here. If I were to charge that there, did that get any farther over? No, it's just this. Go through that crack, and that's the final Pyroculus. Fun. Yep. Could never get up there, really. We just had to move it out of the way. None of that nearby. We just get through here and another dragon, or some broken pieces of them. Okay. 1. It's a chest. Some crystal beetles. Break the rest and see if we get anything. We got a hole, that's right. Another one, and... activate that. Will it activate you? No, not now. Ouch. That one is not breakable either. Okay. No. Oh, right, it's just over here. That's a dendro object. Crystal beetles. Anything else in here? Doesn't really seem like it. Okay. Again, they're not breakable. And that's fun. And it made us automatically jump back. That's kind of nice. So we don't die. And... seems to be it. Well, I guess it's Chamber of Deliberation and not much else. This is done. Let's just jump over here real quick and see what else I might have missed. Over the water. Okay. And, oh, they're... interesting. This may be something. Oh, got 17 power particles in 60 seconds. Activating that Fogissen point is what did it. Okay. Now we do a normal grapple to get closer. And... okay. Cool. Drop down and... there we go. That's just a way to get to Pseudo-Star Pedestal. Cool, and nothing really over here. Try to ride those couple more dragons then. Switch to Cheska. Cheska. Cheska, the horse is here. No, let me see. Yeah, that's about it. Nothing else now that we've activated that, it seems. Okay, cool. That would wall me off. Yeah. No way under or through. It's not how you're supposed to get there. Check the tops, ride the dragons, go to Chamber of Deliberation. That's about it then. Also, see over here actually. Might be something? No, no, nothing. By the walls. One more go through the chamber. Also, just feed these to the statue. And offer them all, and yep. It's all the ones currently in the game. So presumably, yeah, level 10 available, 9 and 10 available with Marjavari. Okay. Now, let's just hop on down. Yahoo! All these dragon statues. I should try to run a count eventually of the biggest ones to see if they're exactly 13. Because of the whole... Because Ixalan was trapped in one of those over in Natlan. And of course, Ahau turned himself into a statue because his whole deal was researching phlogiston conversion, including the conversion of life into phlogiston. But beyond that, another one of these, because this is supposed to kind of get you over to from the workshop to the dragon hidey hole all the way at the bottom of the mountain. Nothing left, nothing left, yeah. Okay. It's a cool area. And the whole putting dragons together gimmick for the puzzles was really, really fun. It did not overplay its hands. It is, of course, the perennial question of, is the right amount the amount that makes them wish they had more? Or the amount where they said, yeah, that's just enough and no more would be, any more would be bad? Because it is not a settled question. Turn over here and that goes over to Oshkan, that's right. Ai, watashi? And the coagulation pearls, we already did all that. Already went over here, and yeah, nothing in this room anymore. Okay. That is nothing, also nothing, yeah. I do find it charming how, in the description of his upbringing, they say dragon's share instead of lion's share. It's a small detail, but it's amusing. And go to the chamber. Here we are. Boom. Is this not opening from this side anymore? No, weird. Yeah, it seems like it traps you in. If I went back the other way, probably opens it back up.
Yeah.
At least like that. Very factory-like. Now it can open back up. Okay. Do another quick run through. Shouldn't be anything special, but does mean Kinish again, which is fun. We already put all the pearls in them. And that seems to also be done. But we can ride that up and out to the ring at the top, which should hopefully also be a good way to get to... Oh. Ah, spinning. Fun. This is a machine that needs to be maintained. And that's part of its self-cleaning mechanism, too. Again, I like that they gave a Yimkasaur/Kinich area. And again, what is this little mote of green fire? Then one down there that leads back here, I believe. Nope, it's over this way. Nothing up top really that I'm missing, but let's just go back through it regardless. Very much a Yimkasaur dedicated area. Flame grenades you can use to... Okay, the Hydro Slimes from the first time are just gone forever. Kinda sad. This is about the dragons not being able to decide whether to kill all the humans. Fourth word, right. Aj awaj kumil control. Oh, this would be more like like ahau. Yeah, this is presumably ahau, phlogistonization of life. And Splogiston is Computronium, and ahau is literally just a pixelated sprite, presumably. Ahau is that fourth lord. And the laboratory site in another areas is in the above ground is his lab. Yeah. And then Ixlel says it's pointless, and then she loses to humans anyway. And then the 12th Lord. And the 8th also. And the other one, the 8th, gets put to death for being too nice to humans, and then just... So this is basically a courtroom proceeding, because this is basically their courtroom. Took that one down for a chest before. That's right. And let's use that there, and, well, we miss. Okay, come on. 1, 2, shoot, and 1, 2, shoot. Okay, well, alright. Finish off with the overload. And just more beetles. There was a short time after you hit them that you can still pick them up as an iron chunk, which is nice. Cool. Scrapple is really fun to use if you can make it work for you. And just, let me see. This is climbable. What if I got up on the top level? Oh, some pretty hard limits to what you can see and touch. Can't get higher than that. Okay, whatever. And now, over here is the other chamber, which again we've already been through, but still. Okay, okay. Just keep on moving, and yeah, Yimkasaur. Alright, alright, alright. And, okay. Yep, these are the ones where floral candles and skyborn feathers. Again, flower feather. She was presumably the ruler of the area of the Flower Feather clan. She had Chainbreaker made for a human girl she wanted. Yep. Triangle kind, and then they get weapon forged by dragonsmiths. Exactly, Chainbreaker. Yeah. And they killed her. Oops. Nothing up here. Running away again. It says. But the one at the top is essentially a failed attempt to have Xiuhcoatl put to death, if I recall correctly, for, you know, betraying the dragons, teaching humans how to use phlogiston. And it's the one over there, right? Just ride it up top to that ring again. It's real long too. Erased in favor. Impeachment? Yeah, exactly. They impeached him. Oh, ignorant fools, how quickly you forget. Ah. And let me see. Let's ride that elevator back up. We'll do a little fly around, and that should be good. But of course, there's only a little bit of grass, but it's one way or another not something we can reach. Mito just rolls us in, and originally when we ascended this elevator, Xiuhcoatl talked to us, but that doesn't repeat, and also he's dead now, so what are you gonna do? Shame it takes as long as it does, though. I think some of it kind of gets skipped, or at least incorporated into the cutscene. Good time for a popcorn break, I guess.
We're out
of the chamber. Just goes through this one here, and that it doesn't just push us through, it actively makes it disappear. Keep on going up, and now that one's back. All the way up to the lowest ring. Fun. So now it's few dragons going around. Guys, it's Arceus, the Hall of Origin. Just ride these couple. And we can go down into the heart real quick just for fun and then check out. Ouch, well. Worthy sacrifice. Okay. Ride these couple and then explore the collective plenty. It's just these two. All the others are far more constrained in location. And it certainly does not seem like any of them have anything atop. Okay. It's fun though. There's one down there, one by this pseudo-star pedestal. And one below, one by the pseudo-star pedestal, one by... Oh, and you can see the stairway unloaded because we're far away enough to just see the crack in the rock. One with the cannon, this one flying over here, that one flying over there. Enjoy the scenery. The fake sky. Which, it's interesting, because it implies, I suppose, that the primordial one took the idea for the fake sky from the dragons. Or maybe at least the technology. Given that the ley lines were explicitly in construction of the primordial one in Celestia, to use and repurpose the existing elemental currents. Probably, I could see that. Okay. And yeah, nothing, but it's a physics object. We can actually write on it. You can see the bottoms of some of those poking through the wall there. That's fun. Now that we've wafted the area, the various little staircases have unloaded. And it's... that one over there. Kind of over by Pseudo-Star. But we need to gain a bit of height. Okay. You want to get that one? We'll ride it on its pathway as well. Exciting. Shouldn't be too bad. Though, of course, I don't imagine there will be any kind of concrete or meaningful reward. Oh, and yeah, there was a 6th one down there, so it's lots and lots of these guys. I like it. They are not moving all that quickly either. Can definitely catch up if needed. One going down in the chasm, or what? See what happens. And meeting, or greeting us. Oh, nice. Above this chasm, and you get quite high. Follow your path. I suppose just ride. Ride down these dragon claws, I suppose, just to see. Maybe. Whatever. I don't care that much. Okay, well... hi. Luckily, you're going down, so we can just glide and come back. Again, even though there's nothing for it, it's cool that they let you get on. And standing this little crook should keep us from falling. Well, you're not going far down enough to... enough of a steep angle that we would really risk that, but still. Going back up. About halfway through your path. That was a fun area. We completed it, more or less. We got about enough for leveling 2 characters to 90 in terms of experience books, but I gotta get more because at minimum, hopefully, I'm leveling Escoffier, Eva, and Ayaka next patch. We'll see what happens. And now... I wonder if it's taking any kind of irregular path? I don't know. Either way, we're getting close to that chasm over there. Kind of was what marked the pathway, and then when it starts banking upwards, yeah. It is quite pretty. So then, yeah, I think this is the conclusion of our time in Sacred Mountain. It was a pretty fun area. Like all the Varusa parkour. But I can only imagine that this area would feel a lot less enjoyable to explore if you just didn't have any Natlan characters. But there's actually one more thing to do, because I left the Collective of Plenty for last. So I gotta go around and talk to some individuals. Yeah. Shame you can't go to those outer rings, but really, there's nothing there. These ones, that would be a bit more fun, though. Yeah, they modeled them, they even drew them. The ones on the top level that you can't get to, they didn't draw them on the map. I wonder if it means that their intentions were somewhat reduced in scope at some point, but even still. And yeah, you just go far down. Real roller coaster, huh? Okay. Well, let's just ride around here. Quick little patrol. And, you know, to nobody's surprise, it's seemingly nothing. regardless, let's just go over. It'd be funny if there was just one little Mora rock. It would honestly be less of a reward and more just insult to injury. Okay. And yeah, next patch, they are going to make it possible to find more rocks using the compass once your exploration progress percent is high enough, which should be nice. Real thing is, with... Oh, I'm just surprised that there isn't any fishing in here. I expected, given that there are a good many lava pools, there to be at least one we could fish in. But that's okay. Not every day is a fishing day. The sky split gem blooms from that upper level are what are showing right now. Come on. Get up top. And... Okay. Okay. A little bit more, and... Yeah, that's it. Because there are these little walls here, but... Yeah, whatever. And... Transmits... Cool. And exactly, you can use her to go on land, quote-unquote, like that, up slopes. So yeah, that seems to be it. I'm honestly surprised by how empty Esoteric Arrays was. Everything else at least had some treasure on other levels, but there really wasn't any other level there for them to put treasure on, I suppose, other than that tiny little tunnel below. Greetings, new data recovery category detected. Initial data detected. All data entries have been added. Thank you for your help. I've recalled my name via retrieved data. The child my creator Lord Xiuhcoatl is exhibiting signs of memory degradation and distortion. The kinsman he cherished most had already severed ties with him. Perhaps meant to fill the void left by one who had accompanied him since birth and thus on the day I was created. And he shall be Xiuhcoatl. I imagine that fellow could hardly care less about that name by now. As such, I'm not a nameless secret source servant. Rather, my name is Xiuhcoatl. You have any queries? Next to the data we've recovered, reading corresponding content, records you need to access, and... So there's nothing new there, okay. We've read these already. This is when, yeah, we saw this, when Xiuhcoatl was being taken over by the Abyss. Good playback complete. I have no more questions, understood. Melancholic. So... Just go down to the heart of the mountain. Let's just show it off one more time, and you can actually go, and I've said that, I think I mentioned this before, but unlike in Narzissenkreuz, where the area, the primordial sea area at the end where you fight Narzissenkreuz in his Hydrotopia form, is on the world map. It's simply that you can't reach there deliberately in any way. You can go out of bounds if you're careful enough and know what you're doing to get there, but you're not supposed to. But you can actively go through the Xiuhcoatl gate here, again. Which means that you can actually, as Traveler, go to the cool map. The map of Natlan. And of course, there's just nothing here anymore. It would be cool if this area had infinite phlogiston, so that you could use it for tests, because you get infinite phlogiston during the storyline, especially since this is... It seems to at least to be basically a giant sort of phlogiston salt flat, but... Enter the light. This is... Go back up here, actually. And... Oh, come on. Is this... I know that when you do the little buddy sequence... Come on. You go back a bit farther this way up to the top of this to get back, but... Oh, come on. Can reach that, it's just not climbable. This is where you start with a little buddy when you're saving yourself. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So then in that case... Oh, and there are a lot of invisible walls, because yeah, you're not supposed to have flight over there, at least when you're the Tatankasaur. And anytime we feel like we can use this little light point to teleport to the map. And of course, invisible wall. Very red lava. Okay. Yep. Can come back here anytime, and interestingly enough, its map coordinate is supposed to be right here on the upper level, but of course, it's not where it quote-unquote actually is. See this whole map of Natlan. Yep, you got the Sacred Mountain here. On an axis, kind of, with Xiuhcoatl. Of course, you see Per Sanctum, People of the Springs, you get Ancestral Temple kind of over there. And then the Sulphurous Veins Ruins. And of course, yep, it's meant to be a space elevator to the moons. Only 2 of which are showing. Yep. These pillars for the phlogistonization of all life. And yep, Xiuhcoatl's sword over there. Of course, the question is... I was going to say to what extent this is a physical location, but of course it's a physical location. To that isn't cyberspace, it's a computer. So I guess, given that you've got all these bones, probably to an extent Xiuhcoatl's remains, if the sword is there. It's a war room. Okay. And this does not send you back. Yeah, once you're here, you just gotta teleport out, I think. Yeah. But it is cool that you can get back here. So they didn't need to let you do that, but they did. They knew people would want to take pictures, and since it is, that map there. Foreshadowing of some sort, presumably. As again, space elevator to the moon. And maybe that's when Capitana will wake up, when we have to use the Xiuhcoatl space elevator to get to the moon. And that's when we would meet Divinus from Fantasy Life. Okay. Let's see if anyone has something to talk to us about. Well, first you should probably make it daytime. Yeah. Capitana will come when the devs need him the most, and they think that he will make them money. And that might actually be never. I hope not. But... Dunia and Dutsa, oh hey, are you here to hang out with us? It's a shame we can't go out right now since the volcano is in its eruption cycle and all. It's not much fun stuff to do in the tribe either. All the adults are good for its training and wrestling. Maybe we should take our guests and sneak out. Dutsa using gets is an excuse. But fine. And go on the lower level. See where that tribal space might be. Hello. Koyonki, Volcano Observation Crew Member. Careful, my friend. Make sure to watch out for the falling rocks in this area. Falling rocks are still inside the tribal settlement. Huh? Take a look above you. See what I mean? Anyway, make sure to be on the lookout. Oh, this hole. Okay. About the volcano? Oh, so we're going to the great volcano of Toron, huh? I guess shouldn't be surprised after all. The Story and Relics Association, more than a handful of adventurers, have been trying to find a way inside that place for ages. Strike me as a latter friend. Am I right? Watch out for sudden eruptions on your expedition then. You never know what the volcano might spit out right on top of your head. Okay then, see you. Take care of yourself now. Oh, and we got a ramp. That's fun. Okay, so we can't crash through, but those are marking spots where people crashed through before, I imagine. This training ground is open to everyone as a place to train and work out. Please follow the rules and observe basic etiquette. Only by encouraging each other can we improve as one. Training ground announcements. In addition, newcomers are recommended to seek the help and advice of our resident coach, Yan-san. Make sure we're doing it right. Remember, we're here to train. Muscles trains, kill gains. One trainee's message: I've been working out for a long time, but I don't seem to have gotten any stronger. We should be focusing my efforts to find a way to break through. It's an easy one, just do 10 push-ups and 10 sit-ups every day, and then 10 squats and 10 laps around the edge of tribal territory, and then keep that going for 3 years ago, and you'll be as strong as Coach Yan-san. Or One Punch Man. As strong as Coach Yan-san, impossible. The routine is barely training. I do more than that already. All different. Another trainees, you're missing the key point for all my playing. You just need 3 years, and lose all your hair, and then you'll be strong. Wasn't Coach's response? Yeah, exactly, so it is a One Punch Man reference. You don't go around giving bogus advice, and don't believe everything you read in your silly novels. Bold people aren't always strong. Superficial handwriting. Do you guys think there might be a way to get strong without having to train hard? You know, something like the Mystic Arts and Masters of the Night Wind. Since Coach's responses, our coach says, there beeth no gain without pain. Besides, all Mystic Arts come with a cost. For the sake of your health, I strongly advise you not to try. Say there's no pain without gain, but have you ever experienced that? How do you know? Say all Mystic Arts come with a cost, but have you tried some? If not, how do you know? See, wait, I'll take you through a training session tomorrow. You'll find out how I know soon enough. Training ground announcement. As the saying goes, muscles are honest and wise. Strength is wise and honest. If you want to grow muscles and strength, then you need to be both honest and wise. Honesty, as you all know, means hard work and perseverance. What was it means training correctly, just like Coach Yan-san. Have any questions? Yan-san's message. Feel free to ask me or anyone else from the club. We'll do our best to help you create a personalized training plan. What does it mean training in the correct way, not cutting corners and shady techniques or dubious supplements? The risk is not worth the reward. Club announcement. Having received multiple requests, the club will be organizing a training talk and Q&A with Coach Yan-san, or show us strength training and weight loss. If anyone has any specific questions, feel free to ask them here. I understand now, simply controlling what I eat and drink isn't enough. I need to adopt a more practical and effective approach. It's great to see you finally got the message. Come sign up. I'll help you create the most effective training regimen possible. See that six-pack poking through in no time. Trained for 3 months straight now. I bought all the equipment while I'm not getting any thinner. If anything, I think I'm putting on more weight. We could try coming to the training grounds more often. You're not going to see much progress training once a month. And will Coach Yan-san be at the training grounds? I've been making much progress lately. I was hoping to ask the coach for help. Me too. Very well, your opportunity is here. Tomorrow is leg day for me, so the two of you want to tag along and train legs with me. You can ask me whatever it is you want while we train. Well, leg day, my coach, my legs are still aching from a whole day of moving grain yesterday. Maybe I can tag along another time. What about our other friend? Are your legs aching too? I was just hit by a falling rock. I'd have my legs amputated with pain, but tremendous, very genuine pain. I'm so sorry, coach. I'm afraid I can't go. Nonsense, nobody skips leg day when Coach Yan-san's around. How we make progress with an attitude like that? Come to pick you up both personally tomorrow, and you are going to train. Okay, so we've seen it all. Now it's repeating randomly. Okay. But this little Wii motif is what was used in the Travail trailer and was sort of the original Natlan music Chichiro fitness trainer, Kabewa fitness trainee. Looks like I got enough for wrestling. Come on, one more round. Hello, I'm Kabewa, a rest, no, I should say priest in the Masters of the Night Wind. I'm here to research volcanic history, but research can get a little dull at times, so I signed up for this class with my hair down and keep fit. Never mind how poring over woven scrolls doesn't hold a candle to throw throwing of a person, inspiration must be owned, and so too must the body. When through elevating both, can one be complete? Then what about your research into volcanic history? Well, I've certainly been looking into it. For example, there seems to be some sort of connection between volcanoes and wrestling moves. Varus's volcano attack. Up to the present day, history has been shaped by the struggles of all living beings. Wrestling then is no less than the very rhythm of history. So say the scrolls up behind the priest king Magan. No, sorry, there was no actual evidence he ever said that. I think Grandmaster Sanaj might have just made that one up. In case, contention is undeniably a key part of Natlan's history, so studying wrestling is definitely meaningful. Okay. Got a contention for free. Shan't disturb you any longer. Alright, take care of yourself. I'll continue with my wrestling ascent. Sorry, no. With the night wind protect you on your path, Outlander. Gotta fake it. Fontaine, please, coach. I can't. If I could just rest for a moment. Are you alright? fun. I just need to catch my breath. I'm a merchant. I'm not used to working out so hard. The training classes here are way more intense than I expected. I thought it was signing up for a standard weight loss class. You know, some basic aerobics, a lecture to on good nutrition. Never thought it would be this vigorous. Well, I can't quit now. I've already prepaid. I even bought a VIP membership. And when I knew it would be this grueling, I'd have gone with my sister to the Masters of the Nightwind. Sister. It's my sister and I are merchants from Fontaine. We're hoping to make some investments in Natlan. She left me on my own head of the Masters of the Nightwind. Apparently she met some Master Chikome there and received some investment tips. Tells me she's made quite the profit. Oh, so she's the funny sign girl who interpreted all the fortunes as investment advice. Although I have no idea how she's done it, that priest Kabewa. She's from the Masters of the Nightwind too, and she says they never give out investment tips to anyone. But as long as she's turning a profit, who am I to complain? And good luck. Thanks for your encouragement. I've already paid for VIP memberships. I'll see this through, no matter what. Okay. Xiuhcoatl and Tacoma, fitness coach and fitness trainee. Okay, let's keep it flowing. When we're set, muscles don't grow by sitting around. Yes, coach. That's it. Focus on your form. I want every rep to look like that. Muscles will reward you. Muscles will appreciate you. Muscles will carry the strive to greatness. Muscles. Wipe that look off your face while you're pausing. While pausing, grow your muscles. Set up fresh meat. Eat more Coach Jansen every second of every day. Faster, stronger, musclier. Yes, coach. Muscles. Okay. And we can't smack that, unfortunately. I was getting my hopes up. And not in here. Some aphids. Okay, goodbye. All I'm gonna do is open up a secret space. You aren't gonna miss anything. Goodbye, Italian Bala. Ah. I see. Okay, I won't miss you. The headless cookie towel. Can't read that right now. Is that better? Yes, Dragon. Shona the blacksmith. Still needs another round of polishing. Oh well, you're looking to buy. I'm afraid we're not taking new requests at the moment. Things are too busy as is. But you can look at the stock we've already got. You're a blacksmith. Did I have the name Shona Blacksmith for the collective of plenty, but you're... Yeah, my family has worked the forge for generations. Plowshares, weapons. Pretty much every piece of metal in this tribe has been shaped by me or my ancestors. Warriors might prefer wrestling with their bare hands, but when it comes to fighting the abyss, weapons are a must, so you don't touch them. I was raised on my father's forge, where you take cold metal and work in our traditional tribal weapons of war. Strong, practical, nothing flashy. That's what our weapons are known for. Every blade, no matter how sharp, still relies on a warrior's strength. A lot of people from the Collective of Plenty were fighting with their bare hands. Oh well, that all goes back to our founder, the Collective of Plenty's founder. This was the original recipient of the ancient name of Power Oazos, the hero Apu, who once Garrett, turning alongside the first Power Archon, Lord Xiuhcoatl, which calmed the town, who later went on to usurp control of the Grand Alliance as once the most trusted companion. That was before Xiuhcoatl became a tyrant, of course, before he'd done anything wrong. After Lord Xiuhcoatl entered the Sacred Flame, Apu's misplaced trust in the tyrant Xiuhcoatl led him to accept requests from the latter, and he wound up leading an army attack the instant Children of Echoes. At that time, the chief of the Children of Echoes was his very own sister to prevent the death of ordinary soldiers. She threw herself directly on her brother's sword, attempting to force them to take their own lives together. So I can imagine what that must have been like. I can't even begin to do so. Some still call the people of the Children Collective of Plenty stubborn, but compared to the Children of Echoes, Legends claim that the siblings survived, and having uncovered the town's plot to stir up discord, fled together to a distant land. From that day on, the Collective of Plenty's perspective on weapons was forever transformed. Of course, when battling against the Abyss, still rely upon our weapons, that the history is why in daily life and combat training, we're more inclined towards fighting with our bare hands. This allows people to engage in direct confrontation, open above contests of skill and strength, and no deadly blades with the threat of death hanging over them. In a way, it's also a warning to us all, weapons not only to be used for righteous purposes, not to determine the outcome of disputes between us. Got a conflict? Okay. About your forging materials, how interested in the materials are you? Most of the ore I have comes from the Children of Echoes. It's hard and tough. Much better for forging than anything you'll find of volcanic rock around here. These materials are, how should I put it, they're like the Children of Echoes themselves, obstinate and unyielding yet loyal and dependable in battle. Got Xiuhcoatl to thank for that. She's the blacksmith for the Children of Echoes. Her talents far exceed my own. She was the one who recommended these ores to me, and yeah, I've got to show her a bit. She reran this patch. Well, that's to say, if you're really interested in these materials, you should pay a visit to the Children of Echoes yourself. You may well find something even better there. The fence here seems to be broken. Huh, oh, of course, that rampaging Tatankasaur must have smashed into the fence just now. Let's bring it to my attention. Once I've finished forging these, I'll get to fixing it, so that reckless little fellow didn't hurt itself. See you. Alright then, take care. And some kind of objective with a little Tatankasaur, if I recall correctly, around here. To look that up. Exploration objectives. Okay, cool. No chests. And Pahua, training equipment merchant, and oh nice, we can hop back up. Well, if I were to jump. Didn't quite do it. Okay. Another bulletin board, okay. No, actually. Pick the right equipment and work smarter, not harder. Is there anything of note nearby? Let me think. Now that I think about it, when the volcano erupted before, it ejected a bunch of hard, magical crystal ore from deep within the earth. I'll mark the location on our map and check it out if you're interested. As far as you're concerned, I imagine minerals counts as a productive training session. Which ore reserve? Of course, every NPC here has their own tribe, is their own NPC for ores, so not all of them might even do it. Yeah, Mondstadt and Xiuhcoatl, they just got one blacksmith. What are you sewing? Training equipment, but looking at you, I think you're well past any such entry-level gear. What do you mean? Exactly what I said, I'm a fitness coach too. I've got an eye for my customers' skill levels and needs. I only recommend equipment that I think will help, and you strike me as being a cut above the average fitness fanatic, am I right? Nothing I have here is going to challenge you enough. If you're looking to buy something for a friend, maybe I can help. Just fill me in on their physical condition they're in, and I'll do the rest. See you then. Okay, goodbye. Okay. Alright. Cool. Talk to the rest. Not you. Xiuhcoatl and Waj. Tatankasaur seems to be grumbling under its breath. Xiuhcoatl. I couldn't stop it. I want to get away. I knew I should have trained harder. Must do better than this next time I encounter abyssal creatures. Get away. That's right, I was on my way to train. I ran into a rampaging Tatankasaur. I tried my best to stop it. Take a look, it smashed right into this fence. In the end, it ran off up the mountain. I can see I need to train more. About the battles that happened previously. The Collective of Plenty wasn't the main focus of the Abyss's attacks this time. We made it through the battle relatively unscathed. Nevertheless, some of our warriors were still embraced by the peace of eternal night. They defended their goal with strength, safeguarded the freedom of others. That is the greatest ending for any warrior. Good luck. Thanks for the encouragement, friend. I hope your journey brings you nothing but victory. What if I were to indwell a Tatanka and talk to you? Let me see. Around here, hopefully. Yep, right over there. Cool. Okay. And a you. What do you have to show off about when you're still so weak? You're lucky you weren't seriously injured, you know, fool. Your skills aren't up to scratch. You still go charging off at the head of the pack. What if something really serious happened? Should be focusing on training more, train. That's the only remedy. Honestly, it's all such foolishness. Interesting. Food over there, and where is that secret space? Oh, we'll find it. Not here. Down a level, and Atoli. Would you give us the puffed bars? No. Legendary new dish? Is that a little overblown? Legendary dish? Huh? So you overheard me just now? Apologies, I was merely wondering how best to promote my new dish. After all, the Epic Feast Showdown is about to begin. Going legendary might be going a little too far, but I'm not sure what else I can say. The Epic Feast Showdown, it's basically an eating contest. Everyone eats as much as they can. The one who eats the most wins. Brings more people through the door and presents a great opportunity to introduce new dishes while they're here. But all that's just a bonus. The most important thing is that everyone can eat and be happy. That's the dream of every chef. No, not from you. See you. But drop by again if you find yourself feeling hungry. Eridolf. Ah, this is my first time trying the delicacies of the Collective of Plenty. This is clearly a delicious meal, but why does it have to be like this? From Mondstadt, or what's wrong? Oh, well, here's the deal. My name's Eridolf. I'm an adventurer from Mondstadt. I heard the food of the Collective of Plenty was beyond compare. Even better, I heard it was healthy, so I came here to order their signature meal for once. Just look at the size of this portion. It's excessive. For one. How can this possibly be a meal for one? Is tackling this mountain of food what the locals consider an adventure? Maybe just asked for the rest to go? Well, that's what I thought at first, but it seemed a little rude. After all, the owner was so welcoming. What was it they said again? All right, eat every last bite, you'll become as strong as the Tatankasaur. So I'm sure they'll be happy to box up me for what generally can't finish. I mean, it wouldn't do to let such good food go to waste. And just... Why didn't you just tell them you couldn't finish it all? Well, I thought of that too, but they seem to view food as a symbol of friendship. If I whip too much on my plate, I'm worried they might think I don't appreciate their kindness. I never mind. Next time, we'll just have to ask for a kid's serving. Farewell. Bon appetit. I mean, goodbye. May your travels mind be blessed by appropriate portion sizes and... Ah, the grain fruit bars, I believe. What should I put in today's healthy meal? You give that recipe, I believe. Healthy meal? Seriously, what are you giving me that look for? Healthy doesn't necessarily mean unpalatable. Once it satisfies your body's needs, any food can be considered healthy. After all, different people have different nutritional requirements. In fact, if it doesn't taste good, it really shouldn't be considered healthy at all, am I right? Back to the matter at hand, so we're going to eat grilled fish and mint sauce with grain fruit treat. Meat stew with volcano braised rice. Food recommendations? You're probably not super hungry yet, are you? How about some puffed grain fruit bars to get those taste buds going? Healthy, delicious, and relatively easy to make. This one's on me, and trust me, Trish's meals aren't anywhere near as bad as some people make them out to be. And we got the recipe. And... none of the food. Just it. Goodbye, goodbye. I hope you have a wonderful day. For friends with our travel directory, the collective plenty welcomes you. May good health and strength be your eternal companions. This bulletin board has provided facility and affection, communal communication. If you encounter any difficulties, please don't hesitate to add your own note. Fantastic news! Yet another bumper harvest as such, as I'm sure you are all eagerly anticipating. New round at the Epic Feast Showdown will be coming soon. Feast Showdown advertisement. Speaking of this new round, just so happens that Atolia will be bringing out its latest culinary masterpiece during the competition, so you get your taste buds primed. Of course, the old rules still apply. No ingredients for the competition will be provided from stores of soon-to-expire food by the granary, so feel free to eat to your heart's content. Every stomach left unfilled is a lifelong regret. Well, everyone, this is Varsa. I have good news I want to share with everyone. This year, the Fruit My Orchard is sweeter than ever. Celebrate, I'll be offering 20% off all year round. I hope you can all come and enjoy my delicious fruit. Oh. Congratulations, Healthy Meal advertisement. For weight-watching friends, we're now unveiling our latest revolutionary recipe, the Fat Fighter's Nutri Meal. These 2 servings provide enough nutrients for a full day, while each meal can be stored for up to 3 months. Let's boil it in hot water, then tuck in. Get yours now, basically. MRE. You can lose weight just by eating brilliant to take 100 servings. Not how that works. I ate all 100 servings, and not only did I not lose weight, I actually gained weight. According to the chief, this is just a scam to trick us outsiders out of their money. We sold those meals to you 10 days ago, which means you must have eaten 10 a day. Clearly said 2 servings provide enough nutrients for a full day. It's a wonder you're not wider than a Tatankasaurus. Copween's message. Ooh. Special salubrious sour and spicy smoothie. Healthy. Grain fruit buds are blended with sour quinapa berry juice and sweetened condensed Xiuhcoatl. Nutritional supplements. It's your most dependable weight-losing muscle gaining companion. Each mouthful seems to linger your palate for a lifetime. Is guaranteed to go right through like a waterfall. Make you feel like a brand new you. Official handwriting. It sounds revolting, but I get it. It's all about caloric restriction. Okay, I'll try one. Chocolate and fruit. I like spicy drinks. Spicy green juices are nice. One, I only drank 1 cup. Stomach didn't stop hurting for 3 days. I couldn't even walk. Stomach's supposed to hurt. Did you weigh yourself afterwards? Did you lose weight? That's what matters. By the sounds of it, you needed a good detox. Doesn't work like that. Granary announcement. Based on the current state of our stores and the bountiful recent harvest, has been decided to execute the tribe's pre-existing plan to reduce the stock of soon-to-expire food and storage. This plan contains several steps, including organizing the latest round of the Epic Feast Showdown, processing and production of secondary foodstuffs, and the brewing of alcohol. Encourage everyone to be vigilant and prevent unnecessary wastage. The food stored in the granary is the fruit of everyone's labor, so we encourage you all to be vigilant and prevent unnecessary wastage. Congratulations your weight. Okay, yeah, it's done. It's done. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And what else? Anyone down and around here? Oh, this is not the secret space. It's a random saurian nest. Wonder where it's gonna be then. Granary here. This stuff on the upper levels, actually. So there are some exploration objectives I need to check out as well. Watashi? And oh, it's you! It's Xiuhcoatl, the chief. Right. Just do it. Boy, Nike hat. If it's something you believe in, just do it. That's our mindset here with the Collective of Plenty. Hey there. Oh, we meet again. Welcome to the Collective of Plenty, my friend. How's everything been going? Still as happy and well fed as always. Now that you're here, it's time to sit back and enjoy a bit of signature Collective of Plenty style hospitality. Come on, make yourselves at home. Don't mind if I do, huh? No wonder they call you the hero of hope. Tamani, our young lads and lasses in the Collective can learn a thing or two from your bold spirit. I prepare to witness the power of fine dining Collective of Plenty style. Oh, Harvest Boon. The rich and comforting meal held together by the humble grain fruit. This is basically a layered dip. Minced meat is stir-fried and placed in a baking pan with larger chunks of beaten eggs. The whole thing is then covered with a layer of mashed grain fruit and baked until the handle is golden brown. This ready dish can often be found on the tables of the Collective of Plenty during harvest festivals. Their wild dish about your mask. If you're interested in our masks, it's a time-honored wrestling tradition. Losers must remove their masks while the victor keeps theirs on, retaining a sense of mystery that inspires others to step up and challenge them. It's reminded I've never once been forced to remove it, whether it was facing a human or a saurian. But what if someone else tried to pass themselves off as chief? Half of your young guns have asked me the same thing. If you're always wearing the mask chief, do you know you're not an imposter, tattoos and muscles? So simple, if you doubt who I am, come face me in the ring. We're just going to see you running him sleep, muscles never lie. Seal. Safe travels, friend. So, granaries here. Secret space is where? Probably around this way. Pretty deep in the volcano, and yep, it's right over there. Spot I hadn't seen before. Tucked away pretty deep. Okay. And anyone to talk to? Not now. Granaries over there. Time to open this up and we get that name card. Sunset Blue sitting in ring 1 to remove the Berry of the Throne. Offerings in that plane of fertile ash. It's interesting that it's not Pyre Plains, but Plane of Fertile Ash. It's separate. Mark all the seals on the secret space of the tribes in the following area, Natlan, Otakbot, and it's just one of them. And there we are, Draconic Gaze, Heart of the Mountain. When once beheld the old world in all its glory, these draconic eyes now shine with fresh vigor, heralding the dawn of a new one. Guess that's sort of it's part of Xiuhcoatl's body, or interesting. And yep, it's not the new artifact set, but the Cinder City and all. Okay, cool. And a juice. What's a gold in here? That's interesting. Let's see. Not good. Yeah, not good. It's decent. It's trash. So trash. Good. Trash. Yeah. Most of them are trash. Alright. Yep, new name card. Not what I'm using right now, though. Okay. Cool. I still don't have clay. A few more people to talk to. Capoine. Oh, it's you! You're the guy. Healthy drinks merchant. Hey there, friend. Would you like to try my marvelous, revitalizing, energizing tonic? The recipe's a secret. It will give you the strength to best stand opponents without breaking a sweat. I guarantee you'll be coming back for more. What are you selling? Green juice. Ah, healthy miracle tonic, of course. Now, my friend, you're clearly someone with a radiant glow, but what have I told you? It can make you shine even brighter. It's not just any old fruit juice. It's a confluence of ancient medicinal wisdom with modern creative techniques. It's the real deal that I can guarantee 110%. The finest ingredients and most skilled labor went into composing this concoction. In fact, I guarantee that after drinking my healthy tonic, run faster than a weasel thief, jump higher than a forest boar, and train harder than you've ever trained before. So what he said, would you like to try a bottle? Forest boars even jump. Oh, well then, how does jumping higher than a Xiuhcoatl sound? Wait, Xiuhcoatls don't jump either, do they? How about a squirrel higher than a squirrel? It's the real deal I say. Just try yourself. There's nothing more convincing than lived experience. We don't even get the chance. How sad. We don't get to get scammed. Closer inspection isn't just a nutritional supplement. Well, there are nutritional supplements, and then there are nutritional supplements. I, the respected Capoine. Why my reputation to do business in my supplement wasn't the best around, would I be able to stand here every day and praise it so? Look at those loyal customers, each one a living, breathing endorsement. We don't cheat people around here. If you buy my tonic and aren't satisfied, well, I'll dismantle my stand tomorrow. Okay. No thanks. quite alright to be here. Come rain or shine, see anywhere to find me if you change your mind. They already gave us damaging food. They could give us another recipe if they cared that much. Suspicious spring egg. It's the granary, and that's all. Tanaka. Nothing here. No, there's you, but that's it. Came down this way. Nappa, Sipitz, Nanaxa, and oh, hello. Random chest. Seems like Tatankasaurs are capable of dreaming. Do you think they dream of flying in the sky? Hello? Oh, hello, you're here to see the Tatankasaurs too? They're so cute. Might not be able to fly that much gentle than swords you can. Don't be fooled by how they're always sleeping. They were diligent a lot, even in their dreams. That's when Nox was sleeping, its legs moved like it was chasing something. Doesn't that sound like a dream of diligence? What they dream of? They dream of becoming giant volcano dragons soaring among the clouds, or maybe they dream of a mountain of cabbages. Yeah, Napa cabbage. Tatankasaurs are very fond of cabbages. Yeah, but honestly, I have no idea. Just think it's fun to imagine. And Tatankasaurs are supposed to be fierce, not in the slightest, unless someone wicked tries to hurt one on purpose. Tatankasaurs very rarely lose their temper. And when they do get angry and never hurt people, the most one will do is bite you lightly with its head, despite the fact they're strong enough to crack a rock. The point is, Tatankasaurs are really just gentle babies. Okay. Let me see what else is going on. That's all. Hello? You're the caretaker here? Huh, caretaker? Oh, people sometimes call me that. It's not like anyone bothered consulting me about making me a caretaker. Maybe they did that because I come here every day to see that Tatankasaurs will keep them company while Dad is keeping watch over the volcano. Don't need to do anything for them, just sit by their sides while they stare off into space makes them happier. I'm a fan of zoning out myself, so to be honest, so it's a win-to-win situation. Like at Sipit's office comes to play fight with a baby Tatankasaur, it's very distracting, it makes zoning out quite hard. Good amount of primos. Goodbye. Alright, so you draw back in if you have the chance. Tatankasaurs really enjoy having company. Well, Tatankasaurs lie on the ground looking very relaxed. Sipit's head, just wait till she sees me in action. You are? I'm Sipit's, the future modest wrestler in the collective of plenty, which means I'm plenty strong already, of course. You see that the Tatankasaurs over there just tried to knock me down. I grabbed its leg and executed a perfect takedown. Not joking, I really did that. Just wait till I'm older, I'm going to wrestle a dragon just like Wanjiro did with Malvika's allies. Now the taller warriors around here will be a match for me then. You're taking part in training? Training? That's so boring. Just lifting weights and running laps. It's what practicing all that. True warrior relies on their empower and skill to achieve victory. Watch, I can take on a Tatankasaurus, well, baby Tatankasaurus, which is much more than that lot can manage with their running in circles. Another thing, Nappa's another one to go on training either. What if she ran into trouble out here? It's the future strongest warrior. It's my duty to protect her. Cute. And see you. Right, see you next time you see me, I'll be even stronger. What if we can talk to that baby Tatankasaur? In a Tatankasaur form. Let's see. Oh, and this one is out of Phlogiston. No, that actually isn't all that bad. You can keep that charge going, but it takes a lot of it. Such mouth-watering mushrooms again, no matter how fast I chase them, always run away. I still want to eat mushrooms. Nappa's always giving me cabbage. It's not that I don't like cabbage, it's just that I really want mushrooms too. Boy, we had that option. Yeah, but Tatankasaurs can work. It's just, I don't need to make them work if I could, well, just use Varasa or Yansan. YOLO Graffiti wants me. YOLO. Okay, this piece is really gonna pop like nothing that's been seen before. What are you doing? In your face, welcome to the Graffiti Alliance's gallery. Oh, cool. Right over there. See those paintings on the walls? They're artworks done by our very own artists, each one imbued with its very own soul. Soul? That's right, every piece of graffiti has a soul, just like how every woven scroll contains its own legend. Did you know the distant past is more than just a metaphor? There was once a group of mystics, like Xilonen and Xiuhcoatl, who confused shades and hues with the power of the wild. These graffiti protect not one from great calamities. We might have that sort of power anymore, but all art possesses an intrinsic soul. From minerals, petals, even soaring scales on unique colors of the pigments they create. This is the soul of graffiti. Why don't you try it for yourself? Don't worry about getting out of your clothes. As graffiti, the whole point is to have fun. The point of Fight Club is to have fun and be yourself. See you? Alright, you stay cool now. And anything else? We got this Yeah, we're over by the web. Anyone to talk to? It's just that Makazo's guy. Blow these horns. That's fun. We're already up top. Any higher would be the volcano. 3 stars. Not symmetrical at all. Makazo's professional wrestling referee take your positions. Stand back front if you want to run stage during the wrestling match. There's a good chance you'll be hurt. You're the referee. I assure him, friend, if you want to get up on stage for a challenge, you need to register first. I'll leave you to it then. Alright, enjoy the show. And it... Is that something we can do? Muzia, flying sword member, and Quashilo. Oh, the tall and what's how does that work? The edge on both sides and strength, and all of a sudden swoosh and lost. It's impossible the fight was rigged. So I'm guessing you don't watch a lot of wrestling or the match like that. You see, it's obvious that Coins who's winning. Big Long looked like he was pressing the advantage, forcing his way forward, but in reality, his opponent was controlling his movements and slowly backing him into a corner. He'd have been badly injured if there were no mats to break his fall. That really isn't how you're supposed to wrestle. This is because the area is too small and slippery, very fitting for the required of plenty. There's clearly great value in learning how to make use of your surroundings. Looks like I made the right decision to come here on a rare day off from the flying squad to watch wrestling. Okay, could you teach me how to do it, please? Not me, but I'm more of a commentator. I'll be so modest. I look forward to hearing all of your tips. Cute. And bulletin board again. It's a bulletin board for the collective plenty. More of it. Trouble matters, both great and small, will be discussed here. Remember to check the board from time to time for the latest news. Don't understand something written on the board? Feel free to ask Xiuhcoatl directly. Don't be shy. Grand Wrestling Grounds announcement: strongest glider versus strongest wrestler, master and apprentice, who will win. One corner of legend in the sacred, stating the sacred flame with an unblemished record, the strongest warrior, Wezo Power Yansan. In the other corner, the undisputed Inferno Stomach Supremo, protector of orchards, vanquisher of demons, exemplar of wrestling strength of Harsa. Whereas muscles never betray their hard work, wrestling will guide the way to Tatankasaur's glory. The best warrior win. The match is set. The Grand Wrestling Ultimate Champion is about to begin. Glider and wrestler, master and apprentice. New pilgrimage, the return of the sacred flame, is about to begin. The shining sword of the Straying Grand, Wezo Power Janssen will continue to lead the way. It's a tradition, the right to take part can be earned through victory in the Grand Wrestling Grounds. Warriors of the collective opponent look forward to your fervent participation. Additionally, we're organizing transport to the stadium, the sacred flame, for those who wish to spectate. That every tribe's person to show their enthusiasm to our champions alive at the venue itself. For friends from afar, this round empty space is known as the Grand Wrestling Grounds, is where wrestlers from the collective plenty come to test their skills in competition. Welcome those with unshakable belief in their strength and skill to climb atop the stage and put their wrestling prowess to the test, engage in a battle that puts strength against strength. Friends, let us vie for the title of the collective plenty's strongest wrestler. Come to the Grand Western Grounds and fight to be the best. Children of Tatankasaur, hear my voice. This is your whole Takatin. Do not be discouraged by setbacks nor saddened by calamity. Warm blood of youth shall flow for the people, and by their power shall the young defend you. The noblest of souls shall be sown as seeds of flame, and strength to the heroes shall set Natlan free. Kelf around the volcano, watch out for falling rocks, make sure to protect your heads. Thanks to inspections from the observation crew and other volunteers, it's become clear that the Great Volcano of Tonn is becoming more active recently. Some areas have even experienced extreme weather phenomena, including burning biological rain, which is just the penguins coming out of the volcano. In order to ensure everyone's safety, please stick to wide open and reliable roads while traveling. Also, the Italian, you charged your phone. Welcome back. It's especially important that members of the tribe do not become complacent. They're immune to danger simply because they've seen it all before. We all know the importance of discipline when lifting weights. The same level of attention and care should be applied to the volcano. Where is the collective of plenty? Thanks to your hard work, the abyssal invasion has been defeated and our losses have been kept to a minimum. Special thanks must go to Varus, whose prowess in combat was exemplary. Tatankasaur is proud to have a warrior such as you. And though the great enemy has been beaten back, this does not mean the threat is over. We can't allow our diligent training to fade into lazy inactivity. Warriors for yourselves, for others, and of course for glory, you must continue to train hard to turn our bodies into vessels of strength that will never crumble before any calamity. And, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the highly anticipated showdown for the Grand Wrestling Extreme Championship belt is about to begin. This competition will be welcoming a brand new type of match, the third main EXT Ring Battle Royale. 3 contestants will enter the ring one after another, with their order being determined by the individual point rankings. What is this, Pokemon Rumble? As contestants standing after all others have been eliminated, will be crowned the Grand Wrestling Extreme Champion. The saying goes, the wisest warrior is the one who will left last. And then again, it's also said the best plans crumble in the face of absolute power. Capitano said that, I think. No, in a leak, they attribute that as a quote to him. He never actually said that. So what kind of warrior will be the one left standing when the dust settles on the grand wrestling grounds? You'll be the one who laughs last. Okay, so that's all the ones in here, so let's talk to the wild person and then... Yep, that'll be all for here. Okay. We'll just run a few Waylons and be done for the day. Tanaka, logistics manager. Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe that's all I can do. Uh-oh, sorry, drifted off there. Oh, friend, what can I help you with? And you are? Yeah, I'm the 3-time wrestling champion. No, that's not right. Today's a work day. I'm the person in charge of coordinating travel, resources, and daily affairs. Need any help, or if you're itching to help out yourself, I'm the person you want to come to. And where are we? This must be your first time here. This is our tribe's pride and joy, the Grand Western Grounds. This thing behind me, that's your obsidian totem pole. It's not just us tribes, people who like to watch the wrestling guy, but why would the night can also come to drink in the spectacles of the heroes by way of this here totem pole. So all this talk is making me want to get in there and fight. If only the weekend could come sooner. Step into the ring. Sure, I'm still a competitive wrestler after all. I'm mostly tied up with logistics, but come the weekend, I can wrestle my heart's content. Here at the Collective of Plenty, being the most agriculturally developed tribe in Natlan as we are, naturally prioritize resource coordination and management above all else. Job is to ensure that everyone can eat as much as they want while ensuring that there's no waste. That's enough of my blabbing. It's time for you to grind about to eat and serious style growing vines. You mustn't let yourself go hungry. Ah, Dorse's chocolate. Goodbye. I'll see if you run into trouble. The Collective of Plenty, remember to come straight to me. And about my reputation with the Collective of Plenty, I'll see your friend come and help us out. Thanks for your kindness, and I shall make sure compensated fairly, and can't do any more. Yep. Okay. So we maxed all that out, and it's just done. The speaker's chamber and the 5-star recipe with crit damage on it. Again, quite cool, so... There's one more little exploration bit to do, and then that'll be all. Not here. Okay, the granary, go up this way. Cool. Okay. Squirrels? Go away. Oh, they're gone. There's a chest here before, actually. Let me check something. And... see... And... check here. Autopon. Mountain Path. Weather Disaster. Okay. One other one. That is... color or go without. Audience with a Night Soul Pillar. Which is just do them all. Yep. Puts you back there. It's translation. Okay. And then, let me see. Terror of Tetikon. Got that there. Yeah. Talk to the victims. The culprit. Fence, and then find the culprit. Tanaka. And where is he? Talk to him, and then Sorian shows up, and that's about it. Okay, cool. There's one more guy to talk to. Over by the granary. And that should be last little thing we do here, and then it's done. Xiuhcoatl and Masa. Better get this place tidied up before we can move the food in. Need any help? Oh, no need, huh? I'll do it myself, but thanks for the offer. Wouldn't want to trouble you with a trifle like this. Also, I almost forgot this Tatankasaur here was Masa. We're supposed to deliver food, but a rampaging Sorian careened into the warehouse, and well... check that here. And no special dialogue change. It's done is done. It's no big deal. I'll have it tidy up in no time. Now the culprit will show up. Are you the granary manager? The granager. Let me know on the forum if you have any questions about crop cycles, planning schedules, harvesting techniques, and the like. Be sure to hit me up. Here at the Collective of Plenty, we don't really have an official granary manager. Put another way, everyone's a manager. But once it takes approval, they just need to have a word with Tanaka. She's in charge of planning and logistics. My mayor's sworn companion seems a bit lost. Let me have a look. That's nothing to worry about. Little Bladder's just hungry. Once I've sorted out this food, there'll be plenty of time for a hearty snack. And just see ya. Okay, goodbye. Let's see. Get another sigil. Turn into a Saurian again. It feels like a missed opportunity. Yifa is not able to just talk to any Saurian. Sprint's cool. Yeah, it's actually not all that bad. It's just didn't really get used to their charge-up time. Socially used to rely on me. The old days, but now not even when it comes time to apply the fields or transport food. What's mean? Why for a Saurian he doesn't even work? Sad. It's the only thing left for me is keep Shokui's daughter Kwashu company while she watches the luchador matches. Maybe so. And it's you over here? The Sasa. Yep. Half all I got you, Hidalgo. Let's see you run off this time. Roar. Breaking fences, overturning grain, and near breakage of the blacksmith's roof. You're getting what's coming to you for that. Thought it was the fence. We're getting it from oh, through the fence on the roof. Ruru. Oh, is a small Tatankasaur like that still so strong? You know, would Paman get super strong if she trained together with some of them? But even be able to help you knock a Lawachul flat on its butt. Then again, maybe not. Probably not. Okay, and the murderer is you. The Sasa. Quest exclusive. Solved it. Murder is you. Find the troublemaker making mischief in the Collective of Plenty. So in that case, that's all done. We can just we'll run a few experience ley lines, and then that'll be done. That'll be all. Ran a little bit long, but the mountain's all done. So, next patch I can play other games, and then come back from Marjavari shortly after that. Then make that. Okay. These are condensed. I guess so. Well, there'll still be events. There will be story quests, the Archon quest, the new world boss, but not as much. Gotta do fantasy life after all, so it's good. And wait, this did this respawn? So some pulverites respawn, I guess. Okay. Was not expecting that. Stop beaming me, I hate you. I am surprised that Malvika cannot break pulverites. It'd be funny if it was limited when she was doing her dash charge. That would make sense, but don't act surprised. I literally said I pre-ordered that game months ago. That said, you know, it would be too much to expect you to remember something I told you directly. Okay. Alright, so just 6 of these, a bit closer to stuff for Ayaka and all. Let's see what happens. Okay, and I was being mean. Thank you, though. Thank you, another one of those. Have you down. 2, 3, and... unpleasant. Boom! The damage is really good. Cool. Okay. But the overloads there are not good. Actively counterproductive. Okay. Here we are. Okay. Let's see how this goes when we've got all these treasure hoarders. Okay. Got that. Well, oh, we switch out mid-attack. I didn't know we could do that. And... cool. Get that, and... that just killed you outright. It's gonna be even more. Cool. Double more, and good thing our AoE is what it is. Even though, again, the off-field E-hits were killing them without much trouble. Yeah, exactly. Right as I finished the Volcano, I finally figured out that the actual Tatankasaur is supposed to work. After there's just no reason for them to do anything anymore. So I did everything with Borisa and sometimes Yansan. Okay. And stay on the side. Cool. Wait for the Fab Rock. That does hurt a little. When it doesn't happen during bursts, that becomes a little time consuming. And one more hit. Great damage though. And soon I'm gonna need to craft that last bit into condensed, but that's okay. And alright. Last one's over here, and we'll be teleporting soon. No need to worry about forgetting. 1, 2, and shoots them all towards each other, and well, that didn't quite do the job, did it? Okay. Getting close, and 1, 2, 3. Surprised that we didn't hit the Xiuhcoatl at all. Whatever. No, that's all. Don't need to fight right now. Cool. And now they are changing around. Now we can put that back up and get more corn. Ah, that's exceeded the amount limit. Moved to where? Moved to... come on. Here. Yeah, they added that set of waylines this patch too, actually. So, one way or another, on those last two, and we will be done. It's been over 5 hours. Gotta go on a walk, upload the VOD. Today's short, but at least we got 2 more quick little ley lines to run before it all finishes up. We'll see what happens. Get over here and get that recharge going. Well, we didn't stay close enough, and it stopped. We got out of radius. So here we are, and oh, these guys. Okay. Not gonna get a whole lot of overburn, because well, this is a electro-focused team, not a pyro-focused team, but that killed them as well. Always a good time, and instead of the ready iframe, thanks. That may have been a little foolish. And what? How'd you join the fight? Go away. Okay, come on. Ouch. Slam didn't do it. Okay. I could have just used another mini burst. I thought that that might have been a waste of energy, but instead it was a waste of time. These calculations are difficult sometimes. So... I will be taking you down. Get out there, and it's going to explode that. But that won't help me at all, and I believe that if we set it off in any way other than using a Xiuhcoatl, it damages us and nothing else, so there we go, I guess. Hit, and her damage is ridiculous. So everyone's all nice and healed up, energied up as well. That kind of works. So in that case, I will see you maybe tomorrow for Kirby. And not as in that I won't be doing Kirby, but that not everyone might be there. And then next time I play this game, it'll be roll for Escoffier, Aoife, and depending on when the banner is Ayaka, and yeah, Abyss Theater, all that, new weekly boss, new event eventually. So thank you very much, Sanaragan. See you around. Check the Discord if you like. Yeah, thank you for the follow, Filian Bestlaw. Did not see that, but thank you. See you next time, Sanaragan.